Thanks for all the great content.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just in time. 70 Nova Guy, thank you so much for the 34 months. All right, let's get into this. Team Andy. Team Tato. Is group Stagve. Raged. Forest. Sick. Play all three. Where's the music? Whoops. No! No, I hit the wrong button! Oh, should have music. Oh, there it is. All right. All right. So, let's take a look. Yes, Mr. Corgi. Hold on. Actually, no, these guys are right on time. Although, again, I expect it from Andy and Tato's teams. All right. So, looks like we have two choke points here that are getting walled up. This one is very wide. We Haram AoE2 Gaming. What's that? Hamstring? So, both of these teams are undefeated so far. They've been doing very well for themselves. They're both 2-0. Tato's team, I think, has one more win. Yeah, Tato's team is 5-1. Andy's team is 4-2. So technically, Tato's team is in first. Yes, of course I remember you. But what is Haram AoE 2? Well, Vills are in a bit of trouble there. Anyway, intros time. No pawns on this BF version. We'll have Andy in the orange as the Wu on the flank, Vodka as the purple Sicilians in the pocket, Mityu as the yellow Persians in the other pocket, and Mola as the red Vietnamese on the south flank. Very solid lineup of civs. Their opponents. We'll have More as the gray Burmese on the south flank for Team Tato, Dr. Agenstar PhD as the Cyan Dravidians in the pocket, Jutz as the green Franks in the other pocket, and Tatito himself as the blue Vikings here on the north flank. A bit more lighthearted smacking around. So, I mean, right off the bat, what jumps out to me is the Vikings pick. Tato, despite being the team captain and, in theory, best player, is the worst Civ in this game by a lot. I didn't even have a chance to check the drafts yet, but Vikings are going to be at or near the bottom. Wu are not like an insanely good flank Civ. They do fall off a lot in late game. But they're fine. They're serviceable. They have their win conditions. So Tato's likely going to need to make something happen, at least until post-stamp. Once you actually get to a bunch of Berserks, the Wu don't do anything against that. But up until that point, we were going to be better. Vikings have a great eco, though. Never forget that. All those houses for. Other flank matchup, Burmese, very strong flank civ. Vietnamese, very strong flank civ. They do kind of different things. Burmese can be much more aggressive than the Vietnamese are. Vietnamese are more the civ that wants to hang back, defend, and then get to rattan archers, bombard towers, fire lancers, etc., etc. But Vietnamese can play a sort of low eco style as well, thanks to the good eco and free conscription. So, gonna be all about defending, though, here, most likely from Mole, as more is indeed coming forward. And then pocket combos, at first glance, seemed very strong on both sides. Sicilians and Persians, both great. Fantastic cavalry civ. Good, strong infantry siege civ. Yes! Vodka's a very good player, yes. Same vodka. Frank's obviously just as good of a cav civ, and then Dravidians. Their infantry is going to be very good against Sicilians specifically, because Sicilians have a lot of heavily armored units, and Dravidians can punch through that. That said, the lack of siege engineers does make things a little bit tricky at times. So overall, other than specifically Tato, don't think that there's a whole lot to talk about with the civs. They're very even. That said, Tato, gonna be living up to this. This is an aggressive opening here. Arson is about to be in. Varangian card spam? Not yet. Elephant archers? In this situation, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like mostly you want Halb Siege, at least to start things off. At least from pocket. Flank? Yes, for sure. But chances are, like, Moray's already going to be going for support units, so unless, like, we get to the point when Moray's going, like, Burmese infantry, and then you can support with LA archers and siege, it's going to be a little bit more awkward. Anyway, Tato still applying pressure. Andy not even really close to Castle Age, so this is looking like a good start here from Tato, and a stable forward from Judes as well, so going to be aggressive on this side, of course, recognizing, one, the Civ matchup, and two, just how open this area is. Andy needs to pay a bit more attention. Of course, it is also the two team captains over here as well. But the double men-at-arms rush. Now, we did have Mole over here defending and getting those gates down in time to protect his ally, but this is still not really what you want at all. As Team Tato not taking any prisoners, they're two good men-at-arm rush civs, and they are just going for it. Andy's now coming forward himself, though. Gonna try and get some vills here, but that house is very well placed from Tato. I feel like Andy... Why isn't he attacking the villager? That's going to be a dead Vill from Andy. This feels all sorts of wrong. Like, why isn't he attacking the Vill? The Vill is getting so many free repairs in right now. It's only 1,200 HP taken. Uh-oh. Renru with the 46 months as well. Thank you, thank you. And now the men-at-arms are here. Now, I don't think they can attack the tower without being in range of the TC. Don't think so, at least. Up. Alt Q! Yep. He can just sneak out of range, but with a little bit of micro, Andy can make that a bit of a nightmare. Zero Re? You mean Re-Zero, the anime that I am a fan of? Despite it being a little on the horny side sometimes. All right, booming away here are the pockets. Meanwhile, what's Cyan up to, actually? Okay, Dragonstar's just booming. So on this side, you have Judes, who's going aggressive with Knights and Siege here, whereas you have Cyan booming. I like this because it feels like you need to have at least somebody going for a full boom. And now Stonewall's coming in, and Mola, not exactly mollified, as he's now stuck over here with his entire eco, and there is no escape. That said, Andy has gotten those walls down. He's got a re-up on those walls. 30 bills to him, 34 for Tato. 4th TC even coming in here. You can do some pretty good booming stuff with Dravidians. I've tried it a little bit on Arena. You can either go up on like 23 plus 2 and go for a very easy 3 TC boom, or you can go up on like 26 and go for a 4 TC boom. So I'm sure Dragonstar has done something similar to that. Alright, Siege Workshop coming in here from Vodka, but obviously Green, being on the 1 TC, is going to fall extremely far behind his counterpart over here. Oh. Got their extra layers. That said, Mangonels have arrived, and the Siege Workshop isn't quite in yet. Now, their Vills do need to be here to repair. Tato's sending some over to help out his ally. Oh, but he doesn't have a gold! Oh, Green needs to come in! And that tower and the houses in front of it are down. A Mango's coming in over here, but we have 3 Knights on standby, too. They already have +1 defense, and as Franks get what is essentially free bloodlines. I'm loving this aggressive play here from Team Tato. Locking down this side, making this side a complete debacle. Wait, why didn't... They just killed that scout. Whatever. Whatever. Oh my god. It's a bit on the horny side. It is. It is. It absolutely is. That's okay, though. Glad someone is casting this. I'm glad I'm someone. You know. When no one else is there, and you're just really scraping the bottom of the barrel, you're like, well, at least it's someone. Way more depth, it sure does. No, I do enjoy it. I'm actually doing a rewatch of it right now before I go to the new season. It's very, very complicated. Ooh. That was very good from Vodka. That could be something to start that defense actually happening. Monastery coming in here from Moray. Red's got an archer. Barracks there getting taken down. Tato is on his way up to Castle Age. Andy still stuck in Feudal Age. This is going to come down to Mangonel Micro, but there is a knight here. Oh, it was the converted knight. Oh, that is huge. Oh my goodness, guys, this is so huge. Right now, Vodka losing 2 Mangonels, likely going to be losing another, I think. How about shot whip? It's fine. It's fine. That's still a huge hold right there for Team Andy. Jude's 20 villagers behind Vodka right now. Metu booming his little heart out. He's on 72 villagers. 74 for Dragonstar, so honestly keeping up with Persian Boom is pretty impressive. And this could be the difference maker, right? Great aggression from Tato and Moray, but it's the pocket here from Judes, who invested a lot into the aggression, that is finally stalling out as Andy is defending at last. Just not good? I've never enjoyed reaction content. Oh! That is a Treebeard certified right there. And Andy survives. That is huge. So Andy and Mole are definitely in worse spots than their counterparts. But, and this is a big but, this is like an Anastasia but in the topic of ReZero. The fact that Vodka is so far ahead of Judes feels like a more impactful and relevant factor in this game than the flanks being ahead. At least it'll come into play much sooner. Oh, rip da bear. Alrighty, Spearman coming in here from Vodka. Gonna further that defense. Now, Tato, of course, will go for guard towers because it's Tato. It's what he does. Now, we do have both flanks on the way to Castle Age now for Team Andy. You can see that they are in total around 15 villagers ahead, which isn't bad, but it's with the big asterisk that Gray's on 4 TCs. Moray, look at this. All the walls over here, he is just booming like crazy after his aggression. Tato is doing something fairly similar. Tato has 2 trade carts already. Freaking Tato, man. There was a time when I think that Tato was just the best team game player in the world. Sit on my face? I said Anastasia. I don't know what you're hearing. What sort of Freudian earlobes are those? All right, Imp coming in here for Mityu. Oh, he's just now building his first barracks. Okay, so it's not going to be like the fastest paladins ever. Dragon's Heart's going to be coming this side as well to support Tato. Andy going to build a TC right there. Good hits. So this is getting really interesting, guys. Because on the... Clearly, Moray's job is to just lock down this side of the map. Make sure that nothing impactful happens, and then you can start pushing back once you're really fully boomed up. I mean, he's already 20 villagers ahead of Mole, and this isn't getting broken anytime soon. Castle here forward for Vodka. You don't like Viper? Yep. Exactly. Tato's actually older than Viper. Tato's well into his mid-30s right now. Alright, because that's what he said his pronunciation is in my chat. Alright, Mr. Pokey Poke! The Poke Brigade is on its way. I mean, yeah, I'm always going to be a Tato fan, 100%. Guard Tower's doing some nice arrowing. Castle's going to be in here in just a moment. Now, Purple's eco, although very good, is not comparable to Yellow's eco. Metu is still not with any cavalry. A little concerning. This feels a bit slow. We're going to have Halbin here for Dragonstar. The Onager cut is already happening. Yellow's pinging it, but he just isn't ready yet. And I feel like this could be such a huge problem. Team Tato now has a massive eco lead as Orange and Red really have nothing to their names. These big fortified walls in here from Moray, and he has just completely crushed this side with literally no help. Like, he's locked everything down over here. He's on his 4 TCs. He's on 91 Vils. And I'm not just saying that because he's in chat, or has been in chat, but I actually think he's been playing so exceptionally well alongside Tato. Why don't I place BF? What do you mean? Place it in what context? Oh, play BF. Oh, I guess I'm just not really part of the cabal. But yeah, I mean, I do like it, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I always thought myself as not good enough to play with the BF players. But maybe I'm good enough now. Alright. Albs are in. This is where Woot Steel is going to be critical, especially if any amount of sergeants are on the field. You can see more are on the way for Vodka. You just need to see that upgrade. It's just absolutely critical for Dragonstar. Ungarcitom. All right, swordsman upgrades coming in here as well. Dragonstar needs that upgrade, man. It's expensive, though, for sure. And there it is. Savar is on its way, and maybe Team Andy has bought enough time. Bombard cannon out over here, but this is just going to be such slow going. Green's now on his way up to Imperial Age. He's moved out to 111 vills. That's not too bad. Hand cannons coming out as well, but you're having to go cavalry plus hand cannons, which isn't ideal. You have some onagers over here, which do get a nice discount, remember, as the Dravidians, but with the downside that you don't get that critical siege engineers upgrade. Anyway, Savar is in, but Woot Steel is such an insane upgrade. All right, some random monks over here too, but now the Zweihanders are in. Champion is on the way, and we will have fully upgraded Dravidian infantry here. Castle forward for Judes, and Team Tato trying to push. They are 40 population ahead. Andy is on his way up to Imperial Age, but he's got no army. Tato also has very limited army, but he's at least on 133 villagers, and also on his way up to Imperial Age, so he is going to get to Berserk sooner or later. And the Berserks will be a very solid unit. But the hand cannons are out, so good call there from Mathieu, realizing that you gotta fill the role of both pocket and flank right now because Andy's been in such a rough spot. But this Dravidian infantry blob, their siege isn't quite as good as some of the other top siege sims, but their infantry is so powerful. No, this is absolutely what he would go for. And right now, Team Tato is attempting to push. Over here, again, there's literally nothing interesting happening. I imagine Morai is just going to, like, boom until he's got a bunch of whatever and then go kill him. He's got so much stone. Oh, is he going to go for the Elefantos? I'd love to see that. Man, the Fire Archers are just in such low numbers at the moment. Cavalier for Judes. Again, it's not what yellow is contributing, but still, it isn't that bad. That said, Andy's team is hanging in there. A little bit of regrouping needed over here, and when Dragonstar was busy getting all those infantry upgrades, it means he was delayed in getting to Siege Onager, which he's only going to click in just a moment now. He almost has the resources. And that lack of range is going to make dealing with those hand cannons a lot more tricky. Paper money! How do I counter woots? You go, woo, woo! And then they don't know what to do. Oh, the Persian Cav Archers died. No. Any infantry counter is still good against Dravidian infantry. They just do more damage. Oh, auditors are here from Dragonstar. We got Bogs Vigar coming in as it's actually going to be Arbs, which I actually think makes more sense, right? You already have allies making melee units. Viking Arbs aren't the best, even with Bogs Vigar, but, you know, it's something. But overall, I'm still loving Team Tato's approach this game. Another castle coming in here from Andy will be number 2 for him, so essential in actually getting those Fire Archers underway. Oh, it's very close, for sure. But the first traction treb is out. Onager about to be in here for purple. It's just not something that Vodka's been able to work with so far because he's had to be all hands on deck defending his ally. But now that Tato's here too, I think things are going to start to look a lot trickier. And remember, this side is just going to get closer and closer to a bunch of Burmese elite battle elephants, and Vietnamese are not going to have a lot of fun stopping that. Anyway, big fight over here. I can't help but feel that Tato's team might struggle without any onagers left because they were sniped so effectively by Team Andy. Uh-oh. No Paladin in yet, although it is on its way. And now the Savars are here, and Team Andy looking to push back. Oh, man, all of those siege snipes were so well done here from Team Andy. And yet, Tato hangs tall with his Arbalest. They are fully upgraded for the Vikings. The Kings of Vi. Vodka with a couple auditors, Siege Engineers is on its way. Esso is now in, though, for Dragonstar. And we're still at a little bit of a stalemate. Channel and Discord. The Great Wolf Hunting Grounds. You have in mind for fun? Ooh. The Feeding Ground? Something like that. Best fair take. There is no consensus. Cavalier coming in. Paladin's a few seconds away. Uh-oh, this might be it, guys. Now Frank Paladins are fully operational. Finally, Green has gotten up to scratch, and this might be exactly what Team Tato needed. The Arbs are taking a lot of damage from the castle, though. Battle Elephants are almost fully upgraded. You're trying to see the switch into Flancers to stop that. But right now, Morey's doing work with his Bombard Cannons. And right now, Andy is going to be struggling. Fortified wall here for Tato, I guess just trying to hang around the north. He's actually going to be able to make a good push half node here, start sniping some castles with all of these trebuchets. Castle under heavy threat over here. Onager even for Morey, just to make sure he can continue this push. Team for Tato, well, Team Tato has only lost one game so far and won 5. So, yes, they are very good. Oh, gotta be careful. A lot of halbs going down over there. Like I said, this is a really solid push here from Tato. Tato is freaking Vikings. He went for Men-at-Arm Towers and his second highest score on his team. Okay, Tato, you're still the best team game player in my mind. How do you even do that, man? He's freaking Viking. He's like the worst Civ. Right now, everything is starting to fall apart for Team Andy. The castle will fall at 71 kills and almost 19,000 damage dealt, but it is just not enough. Castle falls over there. Everything's coming apart, and this is a ticking time bomb of elephants coming over here. No Monopore cavalry yet. Trying to hold the line here is Andy. Yeah, this was a pond-free map. Team Tato knocking at the door. A lot of trebuchets to go after that castle. One will fall to the bombards, but now the paladins are here. Data center map, oh no. 22,000 damage taken on that castle, but you're just not stopping 4 trebs with siege engineers here. There is no single best RF civ. There are like 6 or 7 civs that are like first pick worthy. And a lot of them play different roles. Anyway, there's GG called Team Tato. This was such a beautiful game. Like, Team Tato played this so freaking well. It's like all cylinders this team was operating. Good stuff, good stuff. It's just the double pressure. Both flanks fell really far behind, and the fact that Gray walled up over here got a huge boom, and then Cyan was able to counteract the early Imperial Age from purple and yellow. With Tato also coming online super fast with his Arbalests, was just all so well done. Tato had the best KD as frickin' Vikings! That shouldn't be allowed! Alright, yeah, I didn't even have time to set up the scoreboard. I think what we really learned is that Vikings are the best BF Civ. I see no viable evidence to the contrary. Yeah, last pick Vikings, like I said. Vikings, Burmese, Franks, and Dravidians over Sicilians, Persians, Vietnamese, and Wu. So honestly, a bit more draft priority as well for Team Andy. Wait, Doubt didn't even play in one of his games? What? Hello, Hans. Let's see what game number 2 has in store for us. I'm really interested to see how Team Andy can punch back, because it's not like Team Andy played poorly. It's just like they got completely out-strategized and out-executed by Team Tato. Anyway, I'm getting some coffee. All right. Yeah, it's a different kind of axe. If you ever cut trees, cut wood, completely different types of axes. And a battle axe. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 2. So, Team Andy gonna look for a little bit of redemption. I was thinking that they had swapped sides, but no, Tato just switched colors for whatever reason. I guess he wanted to play flank to Dragonstar instead of flank to Jutz in this game. But we will have Andy and Tato facing off once again. Andy as the orange Chinese here to the south, and then his counterpart will be Tato here in the gray Malians. But for Andy's team, Vodka's playing Keaton's Pocket. Ooh. Usually we see them played as flank. Metu will be the yellow Wei in the other pocket, and Mole will be the red poles on the south flank. I think Team Andy is not thinking they are going to win this game, guys! Oh, no. Moray will be the blue Italians here on the west flank. Jude's the green Romans in the pocket. Ethiopians for Dragonstar in the other pocket, and then Tato's the gray Malians on the flank here. Yeah, Team Andy used 3 of their 4 bottom picks, or 3 of their bottom 5 picks. Last game, they'll have Bulgarians, Cumans, pockets, and Shu Byzantines flanks, which are all very good. But it's not like Team Tato really invested... no, they've had the number 1 set. Never mind. It was a much more egalitarian approach. Anyway, walls are already up over here. See how these walls end up on this side. Vodka building a house. And then over here, everything just seems to be getting all walled up without too much issue. So, 2 pawns per team. I imagine Wei are going to fish boom. Okay, who else is fish booming? Poles don't want to fish boom. Tetons don't want to fish boom. Chinese are happy fish booming, but Chinese are on literally the other side of the map, so I'm pretty curious as to what's going to be happening here. While both of the pawns are over here, Ethiopians are perfectly fine fish booming. Romans, I mean, technically would rather farm, but it's not like it's that big of a deal. Italians love fish booming, but again, it might be a little too far. And also, it's a flank. So, let's go ahead and see what the plan is. Eco numbers are looking very similar thus far. Some build fighting over here. Malians, yeah. Scuffle is scuffling, but this is Vodka having to do some bill fighting, which means that Andy is going to be comfortably building up his economy as Chinese. He's on 17 vills right now, so looks like a good start from him. 23 seconds idle time is quite admirable for Chinese. But what you don't want is Dragonstar, who's already with his knockdown, he's going to be happily fish booming away. And Vodka's stuck Vil fighting. That's just not ideal, man. But yeah, complete wall off over here. Multiple layers of walls here for Moray. And the Moray winning over Mole aspect of last game was super decisive, so we'll have to see how things are going to go this time. Nobody taking that pawn. But because so much more draft priority was put into this game for Team Tato, they're definitely going to feel the pressure to win it. When we went in the Dark Age? I did not see it, no. Yeah, so it will be Jutz adding in the other dock, so both players going to be doing just fine. Still more Vil fighting. I mean, look at this, 19 Vils versus 23. Already Cyan is 4 Vils ahead of his counterpart. Feudal Age on the way now for blue, and he's also going to be up to Feudal Age, and he will be going for his own Men-at-Arm rush. Tato. 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 Tato! I am not moving this camera until Tato moves his Vils. I refuse. There we go. Domo arigato, Mr. Tatito. Green wide open. You are not seeing this correctly because green isn't open at all. This is all walled up. Got the walls over here. Technically, it's Dragon Star who's open. But towers are in. Atto still stuck in the Dark Age. He just had to do a lot more Vil fighting than his counterpart. I mean, this can't be good, though, right? Having the pocket... I mean, I guess it's Keaton's pocket, right? It's not like it's a good pocket Civ, but still. It just feels odd. Men-at-Arms here from Moray. He will be going for his own tower rush. Mole, whoa. Gonna need to defend. He does have a couple of fishing chips, but you're not gonna want to go for a huge fish boom as poles here. You still want to go for your full Varkey. And, I mean, at the very least, it looks like Vodka will likely be able to get a good forward wall here. So maybe going to try and go for, like, Castle Age pressure, but you do have Tato over here being a bit of a nuisance. Look at this nonsense, man. It's utter nonsense. But I feel much less annoyed about people walling others into corners like this than doing some sort of nonsense and putting their Vils in a zoo. Most achieved player? I think Barles has won the most Rage Forest events. Anyway, those Vils will go down finally. So Tato, I mean, he's not doing great. I mean, he absolutely crushed it in the last game. But this game, having to fight the enemy pocket, is now having to defend from the enemy flank. This is tough. It is Tato's job just to slow things down for his allies. Unlike Vodka. Well, Vodka has 10 more Vils than Tato. I didn't see the archers make their way in, though. Okay, so that's an extra disaster. And now Andy is walling off Tato. Uh-oh. Andy might be a little bit salty for getting wrecked by Vikings in the last game by Tato. I think I would be, too. It's like if you lose Goths. It's like if you lose as Teutons versus Goths on Arena, man. It's like, what am I even doing? What am I doing with my life? Gold's forward too. There are. More layers of walls coming in, and Tato is not happy, man. And remember, if Team Andy sneak the win here, they will have the better civs for game number 3, most likely. They're doing this with very weak civs. I mean, if you look at the Team Andy civs and we were thinking that, okay, are we playing Arabia? Like 1v1 Arabia? This would look fantastic, except for Poles. But Chinese Wei Ketons, all some of the very best Arabia civs. 20 villagers only for Tato. Vodka's at least on 33. 34 Vils right now for Andy as he's continuing to apply pressure. Double layers of walls coming in. Team Andy, 19 villagers ahead at the moment. Oh, wait, Dragonstar has a stable. Huh? Maybe he just thinks he needs to bail out his ally, but we now have more layers of walls coming in. And that's just going to be even more difficult to try and manage. Or Secret Arena? Does that mean all arena maps are secretly Arabia? Or no, all arena maps are secretly RF. There we go, that would make more sense. Alright, tower coming in up over here. Red does have the fishing ship count to help his economy. And Metsu will be adding in a siege workshop, as well as 2 extra TCs. This is already looking a little awkward, though. Judes is going to be moving away here, no problem, as the Romans. Dragonstar's having to go for a lot more aggression than he wants to. I know, it's so disgusting seeing Pole's Fish Boom, but what can you do? Market attempted here for Tato, as this is very slowly, but I guess steadily going to be broken through. So Dragonstar can bail out his ally, because Tato would literally get defeated at this point because he's walled off. And that is the last thing you want. Wait, did Metu just cancel a Mangonel? I think he did. I wonder to what end. Third TC not coming in here from Cyan. It's 43 vills for him versus the 35 for purple. So, like, in theory, yeah, Dragonstar is going to be still way ahead of the Ketons player. But it's just Tato's in such a bad spot. Andy doing a great job of walling this. Tato has a lot of low HP vills here. These archers do have fletching. Great positions on them. Just look at all those poor hapless villagers. Oh, no. Meanwhile, what's Vodka's plan going to be? Gonna be up to Castle Age in just a moment. I imagine he's just going to keep up the pressure. Wait a minute, he has no food income. He has 6 vills on food. And he has a lot of food banked up. He doesn't have any pastures. CA time? How much would CA even do here? Okay, it will be extra TCs. At least an extra TC. And a forward siege workshop. So still gonna keep up the pressure. Yeah, Andy Scout has 4 kills. 4 villager kills, mind you. So, the walls have been breached! But this still feels really rough for Team Tato. Now, they have equalized the villager numbers for now, which is certainly something. Blue's almost up to Castle Age. Red hasn't clicked up yet. Still 12-vil lead for Mole. And now a castle here from Andy as well. Do I even like this? I would have preferred Andy to just boom. Like, you've already killed Tato. You've got rocket carts here as well. You can't actually defeat Tato. As Tato, you can see, is already running villagers this way. He'll probably delete his TC before too long. I mean, I guess he's adding the TCs behind it at least, so I guess it's all fine. Meanwhile, monk stuff coming in here from Moray. Not too close to Imperial Age, though. Not even as Italians. Dragonstar's got a few knights here, but Tato's already evacuating his entire economy. Some chucks on the way. Let's see, green's on 100 vills, yellow's on 103 vills. And as far as to who can swamp an early Imperial Age better, I guess it's maybe Romans? They do have cheaper units than the Way. What are the sling rules? I think you need to be an age ahead to sling, if I recall correctly. Unless it's for a town center. Anyway, TC will certainly be going down very quickly. Bill count is still very comparable between the two teams, though. Got 2 Mangonels here for Metu. This Ram isn't going to do a whole lot. Monks are going to need to go for the conversions. They do have Redemption. Oh, that actually whiffed. Thought that would be more effective. Yes, he did. But he only has 6 archers anyway. It's not the end of the world. Oh, the Mangonels can double shot, though. Oh, he gets the conversion. Instagram is not a social media platform I'm on. Frickin' Instas. Players may receive a sling in any age. Ah, okay. Well, Imp is on the way here for green. Imp is on the way for yellow. I guess it will be a bunch of Haegwang Cav to start things off. Mole gonna build a castle there. Keep him safe at least for now. Tuko knew it pretty good, as it turns out. Why is because he was obliterated? Did you not see Tato get completely wiped off the face of the map? He was 1v2 early on. Alright, Dragonstar is going to go for some Arbs, interestingly. Ethiopian Arbs from Pocket's always a little bit risky because they are just going to potentially run right into Onagers. But because you know that Vodka's been aggressive, and it's not like the Wei player is going to be going for a bunch of Onagers, you actually do, I think, have a really good opportunity here to make an Arb timing work. Reboom after an evacuation? Maybe Britons with the cheap TCs? 200 army player? No, I don't think so. This was Tato's base originally. You can still see the remnants of the houses. I think Andy's got some additional walls up over there. Gets the free kill with the rocket cart. Right now, Team Tato have a big numbers advantage, but it doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot if they're not able to push through any of these choke points. We'll have Halbs coming in here. Tato trying to save a few bills here. 220 monks? How? Unless, I mean, in theory, any civ can have an infinite number of monks if you just keep converting, at least any civ with atonement. Mahayana, but that's for villagers, it's not for monks, so you can't have 220 monks. And it's actually 222 villagers because it's multiplicative. Wait, since when did they change Mahayana to be for monks? Oh my goodness. Cap Rams are coming in. Siege Ram is on the way. Mole is going to try and buy time. Metyu's got a few Tiger Cav. Haegwang Armor Elite. Oh, he's trying to go right to Tiger Cav? I feel like you need the Haegwang Cav. I feel like this is going to be too slow to scale. Even with Cao Cao. Dram almost in. Onager gonna be for Dragonstar. Traction Trebs are good for stalling, especially behind fortified walls, but that's gonna go down. Heavy rocket cart for Vodka. He could start to think about cutting soon, although I'm not sure what he'd want to cut into. A lovely pasteurized economy. Tato just now getting Bidax and Horse Collar. Guys, it's important to get these upgrades in Feudal Age. Oh, we also have the condos appearing at the party from the Romans, which do get extra armor. Just a little bit of extra armor. It's actually still worse than Italians. But, you know, they're fine. And here we go. Is it going to be enough? It's a one-tile choke point over here. And right now, Team Andy, I think, are going to be able to hold here. Triple Siege Workshops producing those traction trebs. Castles are under threat, though. The Tiger Cav still over here. Hello, Taelung. Where are the Arbs, by the way? There's 19 crossbow. Okay, they are pushing back over this way, so they're going to be pushing towards Andy. He's on 114 vills, but still in the castle age. He's got plenty of Chuko new. Helping out on this side. Blue has a very low eco, though. Only the 2 TCs. Got some heavy rocket carts as well. They're basically just onagers. One successful conversion. Somehow it didn't even attack. Dude's also going to come in here with the onager upgrade, and Team Tato's push is really stalling. Got a few Liao Dao on the way. And this side will be pushed back eventually, right? Like, this is not something Orange can hold realistically. Oh, go get him, Cao Cao! Go get him! What does Chinese make? They go Chuko new. And you rely on your allies to deal with enemy onagers. Right, guard tower coming in here from Andy, but this is not something you can defend forever. World coming to disappointment is what it is. Dukanu's still adding in a lot of good supporting fire. And now Metyu's going to come in with another castle. Huge eco lead for Team Andy. Like, Moray's got almost nothing to his name at the moment. This push is just... It just is not doing a whole lot. The defense has been admirable here from Team Andy. Still need to be careful. Game certainly isn't over yet. Dragonstar's push here is very scary. Alright, got siege engineers coming in now from green. Trying to widen the attacking route, I guess. But now the Tiger Cav are in pretty good number. You still have 10 traction trebuchets on the field. This castle already taken 14,000 damage, but this is a lot of bombard cannons. 9 bombard cannons with siege engineers. The castle's going to go down very fast. There's just only so much you can do. And no siege onagers here whatsoever. This push has to do so much work for Team Tato, but I just don't think it's going to be fast enough. Still not 100% sure what Vodka's doing. Is he slinging? Not really. Or, I mean, rocket carts again, they're just generic onagers for the Khitans. Yeah, Tato will imp soon, but like it's gonna be forever before he does anything useful. Cav Archer's coming in from poles. That's not really gonna do all that much for quite a while. But it's really the fact that Team Andy is continuing to hold the line with a big eco advantage. And again, this push is just such a slow, trotting, plodding process. No Ethiopian sea trams or showtels to actually destroy buildings fast. And those traction trebs are so hard to push against. The Tato Enclave, yeah, basically. Tato will likely go for some cavalry, if I had to guess. He's already had 3 scouts. Yep, light cav coming in. What a lovely little area over here. Alright, regular onager over here, but the Tiger Cav are starting to get going. Silk Road, I guess, but blue, yeah, really needs to get his eco going. I mean, yeah, ideally you need to get to Genoese crossbow at this point, but that's going to be such a slow process. Still, the game isn't over by any stretch. Again, this push is still very slowly happening. I have very little faith in Khitan Hussars to do anything useful here. Gonna mix in some halbs. Pole CA? No, poles are a CA, Civ. It's what they do best. Kappa. Alright, here come the Hussars. Huge! Or torsion engine bombard hits! Oh my goodness. No +4 defense in yet, though, for the Hussars. They're going to get eviscerated by those Ethiopian Arbs. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, Elite Genbo is coming in, and this is, again, where you get the situation where the traction trebs are so awful at actually pushing that blue is getting a lot of time here to get to the Elite Genoese Crossbowmen, and the HCA support is going to be nowhere near as good as the Genoese Crossbowman support. And Tato, I mean, he's on 116 bills, he's got 23 trade cards. That is an insane rocket card hit, though. That is exactly what you're looking for. You're finally for vodka. Yeah, no, I mean, it's the most obvious thing for him to go for right now. Yep, yeah, Mulligan Cav is perfectly fine. Ordo Cav is good, and honestly, Dragonstar's numbers are starting to dwindle as the Tiger Cav are coming in as well from the other side. Uh-oh, now Tato needs his army here more than ever, but it's still in its fledgling stage. Is this timed perfectly here for Team Andy? It's close. The ARB numbers have dropped considerably. Another couple kills there. We got the halb production right here as well. Although their upgrades are quite poor at the moment. Another castle from Tato! The Enclave is expanding! Alright, Cavalier getting some more value there. Tato is getting closer to that 200 population. That's 14 traction trebs. Such a nightmare to push against. But does it matter if this side is the one that's pushing, guys? Team Tato has doubled the army count. I mean, Vodka could just barely add any units. It's just some Liao Dao here, which, like, yeah, they're good units, but not against the Arbs. Andy's just making some random garbage that isn't going to be very scary. I would love to see some Siege Rams, though, here from Dragonstar, as now Team Tato takes the score lead. Oh my goodness, it's so many traction trebs here. Freaking hate this unit, man. Got some Scorpions in for Romans, but they're going to be just like... They might as well be paperweights, honestly. Now they are continuing to push over here. Dragonstar, top score in the game. Did enough to save Tato early on. Got to his Ethiopians late game. Now I feel like it's going to be pretty tough to stop Ethiopians. Remember, this is the #1 Civ pick for Team Tato versus like all bottom 5 Civ picks for Team Andy. The Tiger Cav are coming in, but that just means that you're running out of stuff over on this side. Now, to be fair, this is one of the best Civs in the game at camping, or, you know, whatnot. Heavy Camel coming in as well. Those are going to be very good versus the Tiger Cav. The ARB numbers are slowly recuperating as well. I don't know, guys. I feel like this could still go either way. Cavalier is here to do some raiding from Tato. Got the Farimba camels. Rocket carts doing what they can. Got some more Liao Dao coming in. I mean, the Genoese crossbowmen are here with full upgrades. The Cav Archers are so bad against the Genbos, but it doesn't matter because you have 17 Fraction Trebs with 80 kills that you just can't do anything against. Castle there falls. Team Tato still with a little bit of a score lead, but can they hold it? There's one Treb here from Andy, but he still doesn't have a very good army. And going Chinese Arbs is not really that exciting at this stage of the game, as Dragonstar is going to come in with another castle. These castles from which the Liao Dao are being trained are going down. Wait a minute. Yellow met you! He doesn't have bloodlines or husbandry! He never built a stable! Dude! Oh my goodness. Oh, that's not what you're looking for. You just can't not have your units upgraded. And now this push is starting to happen. The trebuchets are a little bit more exposed. The pole archers are just not very good. Swordsman now coming in. That castle ends up falling. And I feel like we're in a real conundrum for Team Andy where they have no idea what to make. Team Tato is marching back towards the victory here in game number 2. Flappy Bird Hussar coming in here from red. Oh my goodness, the siege rams are almost here too. The halbs as well. Those traction trebs? Yes. This push continuing here from Tato. Legionary going to be coming in as well. And this push is not getting slowed down, guys. Fire Lancers are not the solution here. Not a good enough unit whatsoever. He's also missing Gambesons. And now look at the cheap Italian bombards. 12 of them coming out. They have to be careful of the winged hussars, of course, but that's where the Genoese crossbowmen come in. And the legionaries aren't half bad either. Man, what an insane performance. Did he finally make a stable? I mean, someone on his team must have yelled at him. Okay, yeah, he's got bloodlines and husbandry. Yep, castle there gonna go down. This push continues. Got these TCs. I mean, yeah, they're all over the place. Yeah, Tato's on 158 villagers. Remember, he was down to 18 when his TC got destroyed. I mean, I'm sure he got slung, right? Oh, you bet he got slung. But that's exactly what you need to do. That's called team play. Tato bought a lot of time for his pockets. But yeah, Tato, of course, coming back in strong. The Cavalier and Camel combo, absolutely critical here in the southern side. It's a like, look how much faster this push is happening with Tato able to join the fray. It's just helping out Dragonstar so much here. And it forced Yellow to have to commit to the south side, which meant that Red had to defend over here, and Poles are just not good enough at doing this. And look at all those bombard cannons. Nope. And I remember when I said that Andy, I thought, was focused too much on trying to not boom and just keep that forward castle. Imagine if Andy played a little bit safer and then just got to like 50 Elite Chuko new. I really do think that's a mistake. You need to have at least somebody on the flank and somebody in the pocket who has a big eco. Shoot's just now getting Loom. Research in Loom makes your villagers harder to kill. Yellow doing what he can with the Tiger Cab, but I don't think Team Tato's going to get stopped here, guys. The trade is almost under fire. I think that Vodka never figured out a good army to go for. And this just has not been effective enough for Team Andy as Team Tato. They are too dangerous to be kept alive. Now remember, Team Andy, this was something of a throw game for them because they used only low Civ picks. But they absolutely need to win the next one, as Tato, I think, is guaranteed to win the group at this point. Again, so these guys are just crazy. They're crazy. 600 kills for Dragonstar. That is the power of the Ethiopian pocket without facing siege onagers. Torsion engines, you don't mess with them. Oh, whoops, I forgot to give Tato their first point. Anyway, but like I said, the Ethiopians pick 1, Italians pick 4. Malians and Romans were low picks. But look at this. Last pick, second to last pick, third to last pick, fifth to last pick. And then One Ace with the 40 months. Thank you so much, One Ace. In his inner Hodo. I mean, again, like I said, Tato, in terms of peak skill level I've seen in a team game, Tato is the best team game player of all time. Like, who else could be up there? Cab, maybe? Yo, Lix, Viper, Max? Yep, up there for sure. Yep. Well, the thing is, like, Max and Tato had such wildly different roles on their teams that it feels like it's unfair to compare one to the other. Like, Max and Yo usually had teams built around just propping them up and letting them kill everything. Hey, this all feels very obvious to me. Well, actually, I have no idea how Team Tato is going to arrange their civs. All 4 of these civs I've seen played in both pocket and flank. Is Max fun? That's true. Although I've known Viper for quite a while. I don't think that Viper's had a lot of fun when playing team games with Doubt. Never forget the time that they were talking about walling, and it was, I think it was ECL. It was, JorDan, Doubt, Viper, Tato, and it's like, you had 3 players have this big team wall, and there's just a big space where Doubt just didn't bother to wall, and then the enemy just ran in and killed everybody. Oh, man. Good old days of ECL, man. Yeah, I think Japanese play pocket here. I think. But all the other civs can play either flank or pocket. This is very much straightforward in the Bulgarian Cuban pocket, Shu Byzantine flank. This is a very solid lineup. Yeah, Japanese are mostly played as pocket these days. Imp Tower. Yeah, it's Towers, Trubs, Halbs. Japanese don't have Fire Lancers. We will have to see, guys. It will be starting at any given moment. Also, this game has to last exactly 45 minutes so that we're prepared for the next series. Firearms. Japanese didn't use fire lancers at all. Japanese started getting early muskets and hand cannons from the Portuguese, which they made very effective use of. But not actual fire lancers. That was literally just a Chinese thing. New Viking DLC? No idea. Wait a minute. Does that mean I'd have to replay all those Viking missions? Oh, no. Oh, no. I can just tell my family I can't resurface for 5 days or so. All right, guys. Here we are. Game number 3. Can we see Team Andy put some points on the board? They invested a lot of their civ strength here. Condense into a lancer with fire? I mean, yes, but those are very different things. All right, Andy is going to be here in the orange as the shoe on the west flank. Vodka, the purple Bulgarians in the pocket. Metiu is the yellow Cumans in the other pocket. Mole is the red Byzantines here on the east flank. Big choke point over here, but I guess it's just getting walled off very quickly. Meanwhile, Judes is actually going to be playing flank this time, so they're switching things up a little bit. Dragonstar is going to be the Cyan Japanese in the pocket. Hato's playing pocket this time. He will be the Burgundians. And Moray is going to be the blue Gujaras on the south flank. Can't forget husbandry. That would be, yeah, quite awkward if he somehow managed to do that. Knows what's coming? The timing attack? We will have to see. So, let's take a look here at the choke points. This one is still in the midst of Vil fighting. This one, you just already have layers of walls coming in. Red just kind of sort of walling to the TC. Note that all 3 pawns are in this vicinity for Team Andy. Now, Bulgarians, humans, and Byzantines can all fish boom just fine. Judes is over here at the Vil. Have Vikings in it other than York, Hastings, and Vinland Saga? All the Victors and Vanquished missions. But other than that, yeah, Vikings barely appeared in the original campaigns because they were so isolated. Oh, all right. So, this side, there's obviously this choke point that still has to be dealt with by both teams. This just seems to be already a bit of a détente. Agya. Prabhu name. Invasion of Kiev. I don't know. I think I'm going to make a video about the Viking DLC, and it's like, what direction of the game do we want? Because I am looking forward to doing a lot of the cool Viking stuff. It's tricky. Castle drop Pustelier? That would be very surprising if he does that, but it's certainly not impossible. You take a gander at the civs. Gurjara flank versus Shu flank. Shu are definitely going to be better. Traction Trebs, again, they can be very tough to stop. Arbs, Halbs, or The white feather guards can all be very, very annoying. Siege push can be good. But, and this is a big but, the armored elephants from Gurjaras can provide a deadly timing attack, and elephant archers are also very good late game units. So Gurjaras are a civ that is kind of weird to make work, but they can be deadly. She are the much more straightforward, powerful flank civ. And this is also the first game that Andy and Tato are on opposite. Well, I mean, Tato's even pocket, so I guess he's not even opposite sides. Other side, Hindustani flank versus Byzantine flank. Honestly, both of these civs are so flexible that I don't really think it's going to matter all that much. Hindustanis are going to be able to get to a bunch of hand cannoneers and bombard cannons and all that good stuff. Byzantines do Byzantine things. Yeah, I mean, all that is quite strong. Yeah, More's over here with the Vil. What else? Ah, yes, here's Andy with the Vil. Yeah, I mean, this area was open for so long. Yeah, that's why I want to make a video on it. I think I might even record that today. Oh yeah, I was also going to ask Sensar if he wanted to do a Black Forest tier list together before the playoffs. I think that might be fun. I think getting one of the BF players to do it would be cool, and Sensar is one of the hosts of this tournament. So at least, that is stuff I have in the plans. Oh no, Matthew, no! No. Fights again. That's not really Nilly's area. Nilly does tournaments, he doesn't do civs. But yeah, Hindustani Byzantines feel like they can just sort of stall each other. Japanese Burgundians pocket versus humans and Bulgarians. Or Bulgarians and Cumans, I guess. The eco is going to be very insane for Cumans, and they're a much better cavalry civ than Burgundians are. Andy's doing this nonsense. Again, I just feel like, I don't know. Let's get to 100. Oh, geez. But yeah, Bulgarians, really strong infantry siege civ. Japanese can be deadly, and especially Japanese with the fish boom are even better. But already, this nonsense is happening via Dragon Star. And that's going to be quite annoying. Meanwhile, second TC coming in here from Metu. But yeah, I feel like the civs are a lot more straightforward for Team Andy. Japanese can be super deadly, but they do have weaknesses. Like, if you're stuck in a choke point, it's hard for Japanese to actually make the push happen. They're good at defending with towers and trebuchets and halves, but they're not the best for, like, pushing through a big meat grinder. Meanwhile, Tattoo's doing a little bit of a fish boom over there. Fish boom from Dragonstar. Nobody docking that pond yet. These two flanks have been, I guess, too busy to really bother with any sort of fish boom. It's a bigger issue. Yep. All the weird units. Yeah, but that's like a necessary problem. Like, they literally, and I'll talk about this in the video that I definitely want to make. They just don't, they can't make another Night Civ. There just isn't a way to make another Night Civ that's interesting. Like, they can't make another Swordsman Civ. They need to add gimmick Civs because the game doesn't have the design space for more regular units. Oh, Laville. Nice blocking there from Dragonstar. This still really hasn't done anything. Meanwhile, here in the south, there isn't anything. Oh, wait, hold on. Those are archers that are through here. Uh-oh. Andy isn't quite up to feudal edge yet. He's been doing all of that forward chicanery. Uh-oh. Hello, Duskrados with the 23 months. Thank you so much, Duskrados.
Who's up castling their age?
All right. Still pushing over here. And honestly, I think it begs the question as to why Andy didn't just, like, wall up and play defensive and hit some timing with Shu. It feels like it's so good against these two civs. But maybe he just saw an opportunity and wanted to take it. Archer gonna go down right there. Or Archer gonna kill the villager right there. Alright. Lance Lightcat, that would be very strange. Knight civs? I mean, okay, what civs manipulate the HP of knights? Franks have extra HP, and Georgians have HP regeneration. What civs have increased movement speed for knights? The Cumans. What civ has increased attack for the knights? Lithuanians. What civ has increased armor for the knights? Both Sicilians and Teutons. What civ has reduced bonus damage for the knights? Sicilians. What civilization has cheaper attack upgrades for the knights? Bulgarians. And attack speed also. What civ has discounts for the knights? Portuguese and Poles. What civ has special paladins? Persians. Like, there just isn't enough. There aren't enough stats. Yeah, Malians also have attack. Exactly. And yeah, Burgundians have the reduced upgrades that you can also get Cavalier in Castle Age. Like, there just isn't enough ways you can make another Knight Civ. Knights with night vision? Franks have night vision for their knights. They have the extra line of sight. Anyway, again, this side kind of ending up in a bit of a just, you know, DMZ area. Couple of tweaks. My concern with that is that we turn into AoE 3 where we have like 10 million versions of musketeers that all have very slightly different stats, and it's kind of confusing to figure out what does what. Like, Savars are cool, don't get me wrong. I love the design of Savars. And you can think of them as a paladin that's a little bit better against archers. But I'm really cautious with adding more like that. I have 0.5 range? That sounds absolutely broken. There is no one civ that has the best paladin. Traction Knights. Alright, Siege Workshop here for Metu, so he's not going to be going full boom mode. Viscount is very good for Team Andy at the moment. I mean, again, humans with a pond are, like, actually insane. It's nonsense, I say. Nonsense! Which has no home shipments? Oh, that's actually really interesting. Is AoE 3 a complex enough game without home city shipments, though, to be interesting? Like, I don't love the home city shipments, but I feel like AoE 3 isn't enough of a game without them. Like, all the civs are basically the same at that point, just with slightly different macro mechanics. But it would make the games maybe a little less snowbally. With AoE healing allied cav units with bleeding or poison. I mean, I don't know. All right, so this is going to be heavy pressure here from the Cumans player, which again, it's a little surprising that Team Andy are wanting to take this so aggressive when I think they have the far better late game civs. More's adding in a bunch of town centers. That auto heal, we already have that with Georgians. All right, I mean, this is going to be a big, scary push from Metyu. He's on 97 Vils right now, guys. It's not like it's a low eco push at all. Meanwhile, Judes is knocking, and he's on 3 TCs, getting a little bit of a fish boom going. It's 57 to 56 Vils. So again, I feel like this side, despite all of the aggressive overtures, doesn't really gonna be too impactful. But we do have the defensive mangonels already out for Tato, so he has not been caught slipping. Bay has not been caught slipping. Oh, Regicide. Buildings tend to die very fast in AoE 3. I feel like Regicide wouldn't work very well. Which, to be fair, is also reflective of the time frame, is, you know, when cannons entered the picture, buildings and walls became less effective. But look at this. They're in there like dinner! Once per life cycle? Yeah, that sounds like making the game a lot more gimmicky. Extra range armor, we have that with Sicilians. Is in there? Something like that. Barracks are coming in, guys. Team Andy are breaking through. Tato not prepared for this whatsoever. I mean, he's on 104 Vils, but he's got no army, and now Dragonstar is going to be under threat. Uh-oh. This push from Metyu could be decisive. That can bubble plus heart? What? At Iron Casting coming in, those fishing ships are going to have a terrible time. Remember, they can't garrison. And with the one range, you can poke at a lot of fishing ships and fish traps. And double HP. Oh, my goodness. They have a war galley coming out to try and defend these guys, but this is still really annoying as Team Andy are going to be making this push happen. Meanwhile, Vodka's just happily booming away. He's on his way up to the Imperial Age, and because Yellow broke through over here, you can start dropping all of this forward production in this open space right by Tato's base. Castle coming in here for Judes. Up. Up. Got a few Shravamsha riders here. They're going to buy some time for More. I mean, Andy is a little bit behind in eco relative to blue, but it's not, I think, going to be that big of a deal, especially since you also have the Shu eco, which is pretty solid. Oh my goodness, guys. What's going to happen first? Me get invited to the next LAN event, or this castle going to finish? Let's play this game again, guys. Let's see if I can revitalize my career. Which one's happening first? Up! It's over! I'm going to... What's the next LAN event? The garrison? Easy clap. Alright. Step Lancers are easily going to kill all those pikemen, and right now Tato is going to be getting absolutely swamped by humans. Oh, the humanity. Dragonstar's going to try and come in with a castle over here. He's going to start making some pikemen, but this is going to be... Oh, actually, he's going to go cav archers. I guess just to make a bit of a better unit here to deal with all of these. Now the two-handed swordsmen are coming in from Vodka. Like I said, it just opened this up for space for Vodka to build up, and this is not getting stopped at all. And this side, I just don't think anything important enough is going to be happening over here to make up for the fact that right now, Tato's team is getting obliterated. but not ranged to begin with. I mean, you already have these capped rams in here. Some two-handed swordsmen are going to easily expedite the building destruction, and it does look like Team Andy will be able to get at least a win here. Although Tato's team, I think, still is guaranteed to finish top of the group. I mean, Tato's still at 100 villagers, which is pretty amazing, all things considered, but, I mean, he's completely losing everything. Yellow's now up on his way to the Imperial Age. And, I mean, it was a little bit close, but enough capped rams were here in enough time that Tato was not able to defend this properly. Some Elephant Archers coming in for the Gurjaro's player, but this is almost certainly far too slow. And yeah, like I keep saying, there just isn't anything impactful enough happening on this side. Now Tato's really falling off the map. Another castle coming in here from purple. Do I think Hera's the best player in the world? At the moment, yes. I don't really think there's any argument against that. Yes. It's not one of those things that people really have different opinions on. A magic system? Yeah, that sounds perfect. All right, now it's going to be Blue who's on the back foot trying to deal with this. He's almost to Imp, but he might not have the time to get there. We already have these two-handed swordsmen in as well. I'm going to try and rush up some upgrades right there, but that's still very, very tricky. And now all these raids can come in from the Steppe Lancers. Got a bunch of heavy Scorpions out for Bulgarians. So no. I do think that Hera is not the best player at every single aspect of AoE 2, in the same way that Viper used to be the best player at literally everything in this game. Hera's the best player at all the stuff that matters for tournaments, so it's not like you can really blame him for just having all of his focus be on that. But he doesn't play all the different game modes. Viper dominated close maps and deathmatch tournaments as well. Whereas Hera, again, all the S tier tournaments have vaguely similar rule sets. Where, like, again, Hera doesn't sign up for these sorts of tournaments at all. DM tournaments, we just casted one not that long ago. Anyway, Team Tato's not given up yet, but they're like 80 villagers behind at this point. And if that castle goes down, which it absolutely is, I mean, that's going to be another aspect in which you're falling far behind. Wait, War Chariots in Imperial Age? What? And he'd be trolling, man. I refuse to accept that is the actual best play. Undisputed champion? I see no evidence to the contrary. Now, the elephants have stemmed the tide here, at least a little bit. Blue's lost a lot of eco, though. And there's no way you can get trade established. And right now, trade is starting to come up here for Team Andy. So, again, there's very little to be excited about right now for Team Tato. A random enemy unit on the map called Clumsy. Whoops. Got some onagers here. I have very low expectations of this. Cavalier in, Paladin only a minute off. Still plenty of siege from Vodka. Little corner, yep. He's in his happy space. What are the... 88 villagers killed for Metu, 45 for Vodka, 37 for Mola. Tato's lost 107. Jude's 38. I mean, Jude's could not afford to be losing to Mole at the moment. Like, this is just not something that can happen if Team Tato has any hope here. That castle's in. Cuban Paladins here with their extra movement speed. Remember, Scorpions do get bonus damage still versus elephants. Weird legacy of the unit, but it does apply to elephant archers, and is especially impactful against elephant archers that lack pierce armor, like the Jujara ones. Attacking farms? Yes, that sounds very fun and logical. Anyway, GG called, and Team Andy will take the victory here in game number 3. Well done! Tato's team not getting the clean sweep, but like I said, I think this mostly matters for Team Andy anyway, because I think Tato's team is basically guaranteed to finish top of the group regardless. Well done. And thank you to everyone who is tuning in today. But this is not it. We do have another set. We have Team Somero versus Team JorDan. Update that there stream title. Nope, play all 3. Rage Forest is play all 3. Yep, that's just how Jordan's always spelled his name. Big D Jordan. Yep. All right, so I think that they wouldn't have done the draft yet. Nah. So we'll just go ahead and cast this random Sebastian MBL Arabia game. All right. So obviously this is not a tournament match. We just have around 15 minutes or so to kill. So, Sebastian can be here in the blue as the Poles to the northeast, and MBL in the red as the Hangugin to the southwest. This is just good old Arabia. I have seen, like, some high-level players suggest that you should be forced to do random at a certain elo, and I think it'd be interesting if they took it a step further and you had to play random civ and random map. Like, you couldn't just play Arabia all day. Because at a certain elo, to prove that you are truly a good AoE player, you need to be master of lots of different map types. I think that would be amusing. Legend of Huang, yeah. Fans Arabia? Yeah, but I'm bad. I'm a pleb. They'll play what they like? That's what I'm saying, at a certain elo. Like, I'm talking only like 2k5 plus or something like that. But no, in actuality, I feel like you should just always be able to pick map and pick civ if you want, for like 99% of the player base. Random bonuses. All random. MBL's going to wood very late, actually. I wonder what he's up to.
저요?
Skyrim's, that's true. I mean, as far as Arabia civs go, Koreans and Poles both have pretty obvious weaknesses. Koreans lack mobility and lack a persistent eco bonus, and Poles are very flimsy in the early game. Red Bull, I feel like there's so much they could do with the Empire Wars ladder that is largely not used, except during Red Bull qualifiers. Ever existed? I mean, I would be in favor of that. I still get recommended a clip, like a YouTube short that Gamer Legion made when I was on Masmora's podcast thingy, where I said that Empire Wars is awful, and then everyone was like, he's just salty because he isn't invited to Red Bull. I'm like, I mean, sure, but in no world do I think that Empire Wars is actually a fun game mode. Or at least, although Empire Wars can deliver good games, I don't think there's ever been an amazing game that has existed only because Empire Wars has existed. It's just because Age of Empires is good. An arena ladder, I would agree. In the full bark? Yeah, you'd think it would be one tile further this way, you know? Independent of myself? Absolutely. Absolutely. Zableton, but the 15 months, thank you so much. I mean, they could do like an arcade ladder or something silly every week as well. They did something like that in Overwatch, and I think that you could do stuff like that. Video election? Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, I think the students were very engaged, and that's what matters. Arcade, like, it would be all fun game modes, like Regicide Hamburger only for a week. Or, you know, free-for-all, you know, on Golden Swamp or something. Or CBA. And all of these, like, super niche, goofy game modes that would not normally have enough players, you could do on, like, a rotating basis so that you could actually get people to play all those different silly game modes. And you could just do it for a week. Could play... No, nothing like that. Followed by Koreans winning every map. Again, Red Bull, if it was not such a... like, the tournament itself was hype because of all the money that was put into it from Red Bull itself with the location and whatnot and the high stakes. There was nothing about it, the actual game settings that were especially amazing. Doing casting viewer games. I mean, I do that for people for free. The thing is, it doesn't make very good content. Oh, rookie mistake, Sebastian. You build the building one tile away from the TC. Because otherwise it messes out with villagers popping out depending on the gather point. That's it. Well, to be fair, no one really asks. But also, this is, you know, insert me being a terrible businessman. I just don't like charging people for stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I do like teaching. You know, regardless of what Hera and his admins might think, I actually do like coaching. We have beef with Hera? I guess. And have pork with hair? Exactly. That would be insensitive, and I am not an insensitive person. Anyway, why isn't MBL doing anything? Like, he's just not doing anything, guys. Why? Is he thinking that's Sebastian's gonna come forward with scouts and he just wants to not move out until he's walled? Because Sebastian's not doing anything either! The AI slop? Oh yeah, for sure. Up, Andy, thanks to the raid. Good job in that last game, in the set. AoE. AoE. Yeah, that is the game we cast. Not pressuring pulls. I mean, I would tend to agree. Now, Koreans can just say, you know what? I don't need to bother with feudal age pressure. We'll just skip to castle age and apply pressure then. I think that's a reasonable thought process, but I think it's the lack of scouting from MBL that's the most irksome about all this. Never read out loud? Because if I read all the messages out loud, then it greatly interferes with the actual flow of the casting and talking. Ask a pro player to eat kebab on stream with you as I interview him. Kebab and wolf. I mean, to be fair, anything that involves kebab sounds like a good idea. Channel points reward for it? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Now MBL is here finally. I mean, Sebastian just hasn't done anything, man. He just made it, what, 3 spearmen? Is not fully walled. He's stonewalled this side completely. It's such a strange thing. For kebab content, the issue is that I don't... Oh, no, actually, we have a Palestinian place nearby. That's so good. Kebab or al pastor tacos? Don't ask me to choose, Malamadre. See, Europe is awesome for its abundance of amazing Middle Eastern food, and America is amazing for its abundance of amazing Mexican and Latin American food. Yeah, you just can't ask that of somebody. Back when I was in downtown Chicago, I made sure to get some really good tacos. It was a special with, what was it, 3 tacos with rice and refried beans for, like, $12? So good. Anyway, Sebastian will be up to Castle Age first. He has only lost 1 villager and is ahead in resources, as one would expect with the polls. In Old El Paso. In Chicago, we have La Preferida as well, which is very good. Rice and beans? I mean, rice and beans is like a cheat code for all global cuisine. Anyway, Sebastian's going Cav Archers because that's how you play Age of Empires. Four minutes from a flat. Wow, Nerfox. Wow. Scale barding armor coming in for MBL. He, I guess, really wants to invest into those Korean scouts, but it's in the tech tree. This is just such a bizarre game. I do think, though, that interviews are one of the strengths of the AoE community because most of our top players are very personable. But unfortunately, you know, logistics, everyone's spread out all over the place, so it's not like you can do like live interviews, which generally are a lot more fun. I freaking love Cav archers with every civ. Half the cab drivers of Istanbul? Oh, man. My dad was in Istanbul for a layover earlier this year, and he went to the big market or whatever and said that everything there was so amazing. Really, the vibe of a kebab place? Not the best kebab places. Rocket Cart now coming in here from MBL. I mean, he's just booming, right? There isn't anything inherently wrong with what MBL is doing. It's just this is such a weird game. Like, who rushes up Stonewall to Stonewall half their base and then leaves the other half open? It's all so weird, man. Well, that villager isn't accomplishing a whole lot in life. MBL only 600 resources behind, which, considering that Koreans have a big unit discount, isn't really that big of a deal. Reverse Michelin? I don't know, Nerfox. Living in an area that has some of the greatest concentration of Poles in the world. There's some pretty good Polish food that I can get at my local supermarket. I mean, it's like potatoes and pork and cabbage and stuff. Like, what is there to be unhappy about? Do they use seasoning? Absolutely. No, what we get are like we use a lot of the big sausages. I mean, I think it is technically kielbasa. It's called Krakowa, I think. So, like, I guess Krakow sausages. But, like, those are, like, fresh from the butcher, and, like, we get those and we grill them. Those are real good. How close is the local supermarket? Well, we have, like, 3 that are very, very close. The pig sausages, you know it. Kappa Pride. Or walking close? I don't have any places that are walking close. I live in a subdivision. Sucha? Yeah, that. Italian food in America? I mean, we have, again, being in Chicago, we have tons of amazing Italian food. But Chicago's like a cheat code for food. About pizza? Again, deep dish is like a tourist thing. People in Chicago don't eat deep dish more than once or maybe twice a year. We mostly eat tavern-style pizza, which is relatively similar to New York-style pizza. Or we have Sicilian-style pizza, which is similar to Detroit-style pizza. Those are really the most common ones. I went to university in Washington, D.C. I'm back home in the Chicago area, though, and have been for a while. Just to, again, like, it's a lot, right? I would not have it more than once a year. I'd love it, like, once a year. But, yeah, it's definitely not something I need on a regular basis. It's too much, man. You just get pizza? Well, there's a bunch of different styles of pizza out there. Anyway, Sebastian's adding in a 4th TC, but since MBL was booming on 3 for so long, he has a big Ville lead right now. Bear Stadium, I know, it's so disappointing. So freaking disappointing. Starbucks and pizza. I feel like the mistake that people make about America is that because there's cheap, low-quality versions of stuff, that the high-quality versions don't exist. And people don't have them, which is not remotely true. Oh, Skirms will hold the line for now. There is a chance Sebastian could get up to Imperial Age very soon if he just uses the power of the market. Pineapples, that's actually a Canadian thing, is pineapple on pizza. I mean, it's obviously all over the world now, including America, but that's actually a Canadian invention. I couldn't afford them. That's really the issue, is that it's so hard to afford stuff. Wait just a minute. They're in the lobby, or at least they're starting the lobby, but I don't see a draft anywhere. Yeah, no idea why Sebastian just isn't clicking up to the Imperial Age. Is it the only place in America? It's entirely a nomenclature thing. The denonym for people or things from the United States is literally American. It's not United Statesian. It is grammatically correct to say that something from America, the United States of America, is American. That doesn't mean that Central America and South America and the rest of North America don't exist. It's just the name of the country is United States of America. And in English, the name is often shorthanded to America or United States or US. It really isn't, it's not designed to invalidate the rest of the Western Hemisphere. Have the good, oh jeez. Alright, Imp is on the way here for Sebastian. It's still faster, and the rest collected still comparable. Whole eco is pretty silly, and so is 4 relics. United States of Mexico? Yeah, like... I don't know why it's such a big deal. You're politically savvy. Oh, isn't the Michigan primary tonight? Oh man, I really hope that El Sayed wins. Was just not good enough. Oh, that is just Trump being stupid. Did I vote? I don't live in Michigan, so I can't vote. Well, not in that primary. Imp is coming in, but the issue right now for Sebastian is he's not really developing much of an army. Not with that altitude? Nah, Illinois is super flat. We don't have much of altitude at all. But yeah, most of my family's from Michigan, so I tend to follow, or at least be more aware of the politics of what's going on in Michigan. It's also a state that's very close to Illinois. And unlike Illinois, Michigan is relevant politically. Like, it's a swing state, so it actually matters to politics, whereas Illinois, being a very deep blue state, doesn't matter whatsoever. Israel comes to my... It's just so gross. No thumb ring in yet for red, but not really the end of the world. We got a random watchtower coming in. Got some monks here. I guess got block printing on the way. Got Epson coming in for MBL. But Sebastian, the issue with Sebastian is he's not playing to his Civ at all, right? He's making skirmishers and monks as poles. That doesn't really feel like a winning combo, despite having 4 relics and still a solid economy. Aren't prudish? No, it's just that because of the Electoral College, there's only around a dozen states in the US that actually matter in terms of presidential elections. And even within those states, there's just a group of swing voters that, again, are really the only ones that matter at national elections. Nothing ever gets done? Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, I would much rather not live in a swing state. I'd much rather live in a blue state. Like Schlock to win. Yeah, but like that's not really what he's teched into at all. And although the eco Sebastian is solid, it still isn't like that great. That said, this castle snipe is not bad. No, I'm super happy with JB Pritzker actually. And I will be proud to admit that I was super wrong about him. I thought he would be a terrible governor. Just all the democratic political machine behind him, super rich billionaire, basically bought his way to the governor's mansion, but he's been fantastic. The big man! Chicago, no, because of Chicago, Illinois is the opposite of a swing state. Illinois is a deep, deep blue state. Only a couple of rocket carts at the moment, and the cap rams are certainly very annoying. Need more democratic? Nope. It benefits both parties to have the system the way it is right now. Well, technically it advantages Republicans more than Democrats, but the last thing that Democrats want is to lose power to other more liberal factions, so they will absolutely keep things the way it is. It's extremely disappointing, but that's just the world we live in. The worst experiences? I don't know. Is it worse than MBL Turks? I think MBL Koreans is less cancerous than MBL Turks. But like I said, Sebastian isn't playing to his Civ strengths whatsoever, so I really don't see how he should be winning this game. Oh, wait, did they start? Okay, they just started, so we'll have to get out of this game. Alas, 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 but we are here to cast a tournament. That is our job. Yes, I do know how it developed. It's actually something that the founders... Oh, geez, now I have to redo this. Rage Forest 6. Group stage... It's something that the founders very actively wanted to avoid, and it happened almost immediately. Oh my goodness, I can't type. All right. Here we are, guys. Game number 1. It will be Team JorDan versus Team Somero. Both teams lost 1-2 in their first set, and this is only just now their second set. So, here we are. We will have for Team JorDan, Niaz in the red as the Berbers on the east flank, the Crocs in the yellow as the Georgians in the pocket on this pondless BF. JorDan is himself is going to be the purple Turks in the pocket, so we have a Turk pocket sighting. And Shikso is going to be the orange Chinese on the west flank. Their opponents will have Kasva in the blue as the Italians for Team Somero on the flank. Somero himself is the green Celts in the pocket, so we are bringing out the big guns early. Risibu is the Cyan Persians in the other pocket, and Incas for Stone Please here on the east flank. Getting the lore? Yeah, so it's a combination of first past the post, which means that whoever gets the most votes wins. That's just it. For complicated political science reasons, that always develops a two-party system. Because it means that you will only ever have candidates who can get enough votes to actually win, which again always ends up with 2. And then the other is that America in its origin was far more focused on distinct states than a single unified country, and people would identify first with their states before they would identify with being American. Like, there's a reason that America started as the, with the Articles of Confederation, which was just a very sort of loose organization of states as opposed to, like, a single unified country. And it was only over time that we developed into people... I mean, yeah, there is certainly identity with states, but that's far less relevant than just identifying as an American. But what that meant is that in its origins, America has such a heavily federalized system that it ends up with a lot of really weird state representation. On the new Vikings DLC, I think I'm going to make a video about it. I'm kind of conflicted. Anyway, as you can see here, there are 4 choke points in total, but these are already all gunked up, so the Vil fighting stage of the game has already ended. So let's take a look at the civs here. Chinese versus Italians. It seems like Shikso, even as Chinese, was able to get some very good walls forward. Kind of surprised that Kasva didn't really go more forward than he ended up doing. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty darn nice for Shikso. If you look at the idle time, where is that? Yeah, 56 seconds idle time, so that's definitely not ideal. But at least he has decent walls, so, you know, that's something. Oh yeah, as far as civs goes, Chinese versus Italians. Italians do have the advantage with access to bombard cannons. Gukonu and Genoese crossbowmen are great supporting units, but if Chinese don't have as much of an eco advantage, then it feels like Italians can leverage some of their timing advantages to press Chinese before they can boom up to their big blob of Gukonu and towers and whatnot. Other side, Berbers versus Incas. These are 2 very different civilizations. Berbers generally want to either go super low eco Campbell Archer pressure, or play very defensive until they can get a very scary late-game army. Incas are going to be really good in that in-between period, both at feudal age pressure, which seems to be what's going to be going on here from Stone Please, and then flooding with a ton of cheap food-costing units, whether that be for the Chumpy Warriors or whatever else. Kamiyuks. But post-imp, they're going to be much worse than the Berbers. So I like Berbers a little bit more overall, but Incas absolutely have their advantages. Evet. Pocket combos. This is very strong on both sides. Turks and Georgians. Turks can obviously support with a ton of bombard towers and bombard cannons and cav archers, which is very powerful, of course, but you still lack the onagers that are necessary to cut through. So you can get gunked up in a choke point very easily as Turks. So it's a very powerful civ, but that's why we typically see Turks played as a flank a little bit more often than a pocket. And as supporting with Georgians, they obviously can cut with siege onagers and all that stuff, but it does mean that you're lacking, most likely, a cavalry unit to ferry both sides of the map and then sort of cover both sides as needed. It's going to be a bit slow. It's going to be very slow, actually, on this side for the pockets here of Team JorDan. Persians, meanwhile, do have that cavalry unit that can be extremely deadly in early Imperial Age and supporting both sides of the map as needed. Their boom is also fantastic. And then Celts, I mean, it's Celts, right? They are... If I had to pick one civ that would be the best Black Forest civ, I think it would be Celts. I think. Such powerful siege. Infantry's great. Good boom. You can play them with a pond super well. You can play them without a pond. Bohemians, they're up there. Like I said, there's like 6 or 7 civs that are basically SSS tier. Bohemians, Turks, Mongols, Celts, Britons. Bohemians, Turks, Celts, Mongols, Britons. Yeah, there's probably one I'm forgetting. Do the hand gesture? Oh, jeez. Oh yeah, Teutons, yeah, they'll definitely be up there as well. Oh no. Oh dear. I think Ethiopians are like S tier, but not like S plus tier. Again, I was thinking of doing a, I was thinking of asking Sensar if he wanted to do a Black Forest tier list with me. Anyway, Bills are walling themselves here at the base of the tower, which is quite nice. Top. Yeah, Bulgarians, I think, are... Yeah, near the... Again, I would consider Bulgarians S tier, but not S plus tier. I'll ask Sensar after the stream if he wants to do it. Well, remember that you are getting, in theory, the bottom of the barrel civs in every civ draft. I actually don't have the draft. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, it's not listed on the spec dashboard. That's unfortunate. Slavs, yeah, I think Slavs are kind of borderline between S plus and S. Anyway, Castle coming in here from JorDan. Oh, he's playing aggressive Turk pocket. Again, this is something you can do. It's not like it's inherently wrong. I don't love the idea of having a civ that's almost certainly a top 2 pick utilized as an all-in civ. The team bonus, I feel like that's more S than S plus these days. If this is AOC, I'd say it's S plus, but so many games end before trade is especially relevant these days that I don't know if Spanish are quite good enough. Like, we haven't seen them as often in Rage Forest this go-around. But again, I'd be curious as to what somebody like Sensar, who is a better Black Forest player than I am, think about it. Anyway, Blue only at 25 vills. It's not that great, but Kosva is in Castle Age, and you can see University coming in. Guard Tower defense is something that's totally viable. He's already stonewalling here for his ally, so right now it's all about Somero just, you know, having time bought for him so he can get to kelp nonsense. Ornlu captain. Maybe I'll start playing RF team games. I don't know how... I mean, I guess I should just get involved on the RF Discord. Maybe I should start playing in some of those. Now that I've hit 2K, I can just camp the 2K rating and then never bother to play 1v1s again and just play BF lobby games. Versus 5 relics. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, MBL was working towards a win condition and Sebastian wasn't. But like, guys, is this good enough? What win condition? MBL was surrounding the map with towers and war wagons and rocket carts. That's a win condition. I mean, on the one hand, JorDan's giving Jigsaw room to boom here as Chinese, but that's still going to be a fairly slow process. I mean, yeah, Kosva's not going to be doing anything anytime soon, but I can't help but feel that this is going to become very difficult once you have Persians and Celts fully boomed. Donja? Again, there is no correct answer to that. It's all situational. Turks don't benefit from a big eco. I don't know. Big eco stuff is actually really good for adding in bombard towers, and bombard towers plus bombard cannons is one of the ways that you can slow Celts down. Plus Cav archer support. So it's one of those situations where like Turks on 100 villagers isn't all that good, but Turks on 140 villagers is insane. And again, I'm just a little worried that you're wasting Turks, so to say. Anyway, this side, nothing terribly interesting's happening. You know, they're mangonelling. They live, they laugh, they learn. The draft doesn't exist. They're just freeballing it with the Civs, guys. Anyway, Cosplay is at least going to survive. And as we all know with BF at this point, that is an incredibly important thing to do. And at the very least, JorDan is adding an eco behind this. So it's not like he's super all in. He's going to be working towards late game, at least to some degree. There's just going to be a window where Team Somero have a big advantage. You can see Somero's 30 villagers ahead of JorDan at the moment. Some additional balls are coming in. Prox is adding in the fortified churches, which I love to see. Non-late game civs? What do you mean? On this map, it doesn't go late game at all, always. The fast imp from Italians? Maybe? Static defenses? That'd be an interesting video. Well, Kasva is at least adding a TC at this point. Somero is going to be coming in with the castle. He's got 45 wall. And right now, the vills are at least still even between the two sides. Gray's on 46 vills, 57 for red, so at the very least, Niaz is already getting to a nice spot relative to Stone Please, who went with a much more aggressive approach. Yeah, like we saw from Moray in the last game, right? You fast imp into bombard cannons and monks. Random chompy, man. And that's a fortified church and a barracks coming in from the Crocs. Now, because it's not like JorDan's going to be going for paladins or anything like that, there is a chance that Crocs could go for Monaspa here instead of right into Halb. I don't think that's going to be the case, especially with Savars being so much faster to get going with Persians. But it's at least something we need to keep an eye out for as we don't... Okay, never mind. He's going Halb. LOL! Great boom. Holy cow. Crocs' boom is fantastic. Look at this. He's 2,500 resources ahead of Persians. That's actually really sick. And also a great example of JorDan's being a stupid civ. Of do nothing and win. Well, Shixo's just booming right now. He's going to want to get to Chuko new support. We miss all the fun stuff? Yeah, we miss all the waiting around. Now, I wonder if Somero himself isn't going to just open champions. I don't really see the point of him opening Halbs here. Like, against what? What Cav? Unless it's like Crocs coming over here with Monaspa, but I feel like that's going to be so slow that it's not something you need to worry about all that much. All right, Vill's coming in, and here's the castle from Shixo. Going to keep up the pressure. Green is almost to Imperial Age, though, so you got to be careful. Going to have Halbs coming in right now from the Crocs. Which makes me think of those stupid styrofoam shoes. I know they're not actually styrofoam, but it looked like it. Yeah, just more mangonella nonsense over there. Nothing crazy happening there. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Onager coming in here from the Crocs. And I still think this could be quite tricky. Oh, okay, it's going to be condos to start things off. I mean, against Turks, that's not a bad idea. Help condos are very fast. 1.44 movement speed. Almost the same speed, guys, as a camel before husbandry. This is a fast freaking unit. Actually, technically, is this the fastest? Or Woad Raider's 1.45, I think, maybe. In him. I mean, it used to be the Elite Eagle Warrior with Squires, followed by the Woad Raider, but again, there have been so many changes to this game. Onager is in here for Somero as well. And right now, Team JorDan do have the eco lead. JorDan himself coming in with Treadmill Crane. He is on 100 bills. Not too sure what unit he wants to go for yet as Chicks. Champions? I guess they will do well against the condos, but they're going to be terrible versus the Celt Siege. Anyway, Onager Cut's going to be coming in over here. Looks like Orange does see this, but what can he do to actually stop it? Oh, Jordan's going to go Cavalry? I don't know. Oh, look at those Inca fortified walls. Only civ in the game that you get to see the South American fortified walls. I think they look awesome. All right, it's condo time. Yeah, gotta be careful there. And convert, as soon as you convert a unit, its stats are stuck. Oh, gotta be careful there. And it's actually Chrissy Boo who's going to be tripling this side, leaving Stone Please to his own defenses here, which is going to be a bit rough, but I mean, Incas are a good civ for stalling. Vil to change its job. It's actually not just a Vil, it's any unit that changes itself. So technically, if a Japanese player converts a Konik and then the Konik dies or you delete it, the dismounted Konik will get the Japanese infantry speed bonus. And same goes for any infantry bonus, so to say. But it's a very specific interaction. By and large, most stats are inherent to the unit and not to the civilization. And most units don't change their state. Yes, Relic Monks are another example, but again, those are much more the exception than the rule. All right, guys, scores are very even. It's gonna be tough to defend here. Yellow's gonna be pushing in with a bunch of Siege Onagers and Spawn Towers in just a moment, but poor Orange getting overrun. Savars are in. Got some heavy camels from JorDan, which aren't going to be like... I mean, they're going to be good against the Savars, of course, don't get me wrong. But, I don't know. Elite Camel Archer coming in. Spawn Towers. I feel like Team JorDan can push here faster than Team Somero if we can start to get the Siege going over here. We have the Crocs with fully upgraded Siege Onagers. He's also going to start to switch into some Swordsmen. But the heavy camels are in here for JorDan, and they will do the job against the Savars, for sure. There are no halbs from green. And that castle, the War Elephant. Up. It's gonna go down. He's out of stone. Lieutenant Dan! You ain't got no stone. Maybe Shroom? Yeah, some sort of relaxed intercycled psychedelic would probably be the best. Can you imagine being on a stimulant trying to sit through Rage Forest and wait? Oh, jeez. Alright, Bombard Cannons can help hold the line, and Persian Castles are very strong once you get Citadels. Okay, condos versus camels is kind of weird because neither unit's especially great versus the other. And I'm kind of surprised green isn't... Okay, there's the Halp switch. There, of course, just as I say that. Gray's adding in TCs as well. Team Somero, little bit of a score lead right now. Little bit of a pop lead, but it's still flipping back and forth. I mean, the thing is, orange is super dead. Orange is deader than gray is. That said, red is in a better position than blue. I mean, the Camel Archer numbers are climbing. They're almost fully upgraded. Bombard Cannon defense, though, helps out a lot. No Citadels in yet, I believe. Nope. Yeah, that's definitely one you want to pick up. You would be making any progress in the game? Exactly. All right, another big fight. But again, like, your Turks going camels. JorDan hasn't made a single Bombard Tower this game. It just doesn't feel very good. Oh, but the Camel Archers are in. They're just missing Ring Archer armor, and Eoz can terrorize this side with a bunch of CA. The Spawn Towers make it almost impossible to push, but this side is focused on holding and not pushing, so I don't think that really matters all that much. Isnari Cavalry coming in, so we do have at least a little bit of a Cav idea here, probably in the form of some Monaspa. Okay, now Citadels is in, and that's going to really help stay alive. 40 pop only for orange. He has escape and has a TC over here, but it sure as heck doesn't feel great. Kosvus here with some Italian hand cannoneers. I don't know if he has Pyrotechnica yet. Yes, he does. 3 versus 4. Basically, it's 3 versus 3.5. Not like Ray is contributing all that much. And actually, big deletion as the Savar are storming in, trying to hold the line. BBT is in finally for JorDan. Oh, beautiful attack round there from the Crocs. In general, they probably use Discord, but it depends a bit. And guys, Team JorDan's going to be pushing here. But right now, this just feels like Neoz and the Crocs doing work. JorDan's trying to stall right now as best he can, but that is going to be increasingly difficult. Some cheap Italian Bombards, some Helt Trebs coming in. Still no SO in yet for green. But somebody's going to need to come in over here because right now, this is the Crocs and Neoz show as they are continuing to flood in over here. Not even 150 pop right now for Chrissy Boo. And honestly, guys, this really feels like less Team JorDan and more Team the Crocs plus Neoz. I mean, it feels like, I mean, Georgians are definitely a carry civ. Berbers, in theory, can eventually be, but, I mean, this feels like it's a lot of amazing play from yellow and red. Team OS plus, the plus is JorDan. Yeah, exactly. Not hating against JorDan, it's just, yeah, look at all more spawn towers coming in. Given Stone this game? I'm almost certain. I do have some chompies coming in. Stone Please is certainly doing what he can to get himself back on his feet. And the chompies are going to be very good here against the halves. They're at least semi-resistant to Camel Archers. But yeah, more spawn towers coming in here. And chompies are very bad versus champions. They're not champions, they're champions. It feels like green needs some siege rams. Interesting game number 1, though. I will be honest, it feels like a lower level game, though, than the first series. And I mean, you could say, duh, Ornlu, the first series was the winner's match, and this is a loser's match. But, like, hopefully I can communicate to you, well, it feels like there's a little bit of a difference in terms of overall team strategy and cohesion, and everyone sort of operating on all cylinders. SO coming in, you got Fabric Shields is huge for those chompies. There's only 28 of them, though, so it's not like it's that impressive. Yeah, but that's a very bad champ versus the best Chompy in a Shred-On fight, so... Fully upgraded champions versus the Inca Chompies feels like it's a very good matchup for the champions. Anyway, Camel Archers are under threat from the Savars, and honestly, Niaz needs to micro. The power of micro will need to compel him, and honestly, guys, Niaz not paying attention. He lost like 20 Camel Archers there. He could have fought into the safety of the spawn towers. Oh, dear. Oh, that was not good. That's what I get for complimenting Niaz earlier. Maybe he was having a burger. Anyway, Kaspa now coming back online. He's got a lot of Italian gunpowder. Got some Keltesso here. No Furor Celtica in yet, though. But now the question is either side starting to hold? Camel Archers are being brought to bear over here. So the chances of this side pushing have gone down. Chrissy Boo is going to start rebooming over here. I guess you can trade along this axis in theory, and I think we're going to be seeing the same thing on the other side. The Bombard Towers with artillery, of course, for JorDan finally being in is absolutely huge. Decent Bombard Cannon volley there. Yeah, Red's on 80 Elite Camel Archers, guys. That's a very big, scary number of Camel Archers. In case you were wondering. If you're thinking, hey, Ornlu, are 80 Elite Camel Archers with full upgrades good in Age of Empires? The answer is indeed yes. You have to be careful, though. You don't want to bunch up versus the Italian hand cannons. Oh, my goodness. A little bit of friendly fire there. Oh, no! That's not how you want to take the fight. Kaspa making his presence felt in this game. Some camels coming in here from JorDan, but they're still not the best raiding unit out there. I mean, obviously, it's a lot to ask for Niaz because he's having to control fights on both sides because JorDan and Shixo died so fast over here. But it is just not a tenable spot. I mean, it's a lot to ask any player to have to micro Camel Archers on two sides, especially against very dangerous units like Bombard Cannons and Hand Cannoneers that deal pass-through damage. And right now, Team Somero, they are behind in villagers. It's certainly not great. Chrissy Boo's on 55 vills. But they're hanging in there, and their army is a bit better still. That said, there is essentially army value wrapped up in towers at the moment. Green doesn't have siege rams. He's relying mostly on Bombard Towers, but like I said, JorDan was very slow in getting to the Turk Death Ball, which is Bombard Cannon, Bombard Tower. Some Chompies are still here, and Team JorDan still has the score lead. Got some Elite Monospa here as well. Camel Archers still doing work. Need some Celt Siege Rams over here for sure. Green's lost, I think, a fair few vills, though. Actually, no, he's only lost 10 vills. It feels like Somero's been a bit slow. He's killed 110, actually. I mean, Svan Tower plus Turk Bombard Tower is going to be one of the most cancerous things ever to break through without siege rams. But it is slowly but steadily happening, and you do have to give Team Somero credit for that. Orange now going to try and go Pikeman, but he's still very far away from doing anything especially productive. But look at this. The siege really is starting to stall over here. The siege rams have completely gone down. Camel Archers don't destroy buildings quickly. Albs are not that great. Champion, I guess, is going to be a bit better. But now the Slingers are coming in, and Inca Slingers are not half bad. Random direction? That would be very bad. Onagers are bad enough, man. And I really am enjoying me some Rage Forest casting. Yeah, this is like the only setting that you see them regularly. All right, finally, Celtic Fury and Siege Ram are coming in. Somero's at least getting there, and now that the Siege Auditors from Celts are in, those Camel Archers are going to be in such a bad spot. Wait, he doesn't have Handcart? Oh my goodness, that does explain a lot. He's really not in as good a spot as he should be, to be honest. So both sides are back to pushing. JorDan trying to amass some more towers to defend. This is still... We're back up to 86 Camel Archers, though. Guys, that's a lot. And Crocs is doing such a good job just relentlessly pushing forward here with these buildings. And yes, team games are always the best. Raid numbers 47 for the Crocs as well. That is amazing. Blue 11, 11, 0, 0. Oh my goodness, Team Somero could end up dying just because they didn't get trade established. They needed to recognize how this game was going. They absolutely had more of an opportunity than they've shown to actually, you know, get the trade down. Castle's getting very low for Gray. Still, the Siege Rams being brought to bear is huge. It's actually going to enable you to push through the Bombard Towers at, you know, something other than a snail's pace. +2 wheel vehicles? What? Bombard Tower is slowly getting sniped, but I feel like this side is starting to die a bit faster. Gray's still missing more upgrades, although he is getting them eventually. Incas are a very good stall civ with efficient units, so long as there isn't a ton of siege on the field, although the spawn towers kind of help out in that similar role. Doesn't have... I mean, chemistry isn't the most important upgrade here. Not having Siege Ram or Celtic Fury until much later was definitely a bit of an issue. All right, now the Inca keeps are coming in, and they are discounted, remember. Christy Boo going to try and get himself back into the game as well with some Hussars, but obviously the Hussars aren't going to be all that great. You really want Savar, but for that you need trade, and at least, you know, Cyan is getting that trade down. Some Caravanserais would be great from Persians, a really important tool in these long games. Wouldn't the 175th more damage? Well, I mean, I guess it's 184th? The 85 damage in total. 75 damage from the main projectile, and 1 from all the other ones. Decent hit there. And what's this, actually? More upgrades coming in for the Chinese player, but I have no idea what Chixo has planned. More destruction over here. Both players, or both sides rather, have had 2 bases destroyed. 110 kills on those Camel Archers. I mean, there needs to be something here to stop this. Where are the Siege Auditors? There should be some Siege Auditors on each side here. Still, the numbers are fairly competitive. Cyan gonna try and go for some Siege Rams, I guess. But 97 Camel Archers. Nearby units. Byzantines don't need to be better in the late game. I look at Byzantines and I don't think I see a civ that needs to be better in any way, shape, or form. It's why I don't think they should be getting Varangians. I don't care how historically accurate it is. Byzantines don't need another good late game option. Oh, decent hit there. But I feel like this side's still dying a bit faster. The trade's right here, guys. The trade is a little bit further away, but you also have those Turk bombard cannons, which are very good at stalling. JorDan got 33 kills on these bad boys. Blue's mostly just making skirmishers right now because he hasn't had the trade to make gold units. 139 kills on those CA. Chompies are good at sniping the Siege Auditors, but you need something that actually kills all this nonsense. Krebs are starting to go down. And now, if you can snipe the siege weapons, that should at least buy you time over here, which is something you desperately need, as trade is slowly climbing. Only 17 trade carts for Somero, though. Doesn't really feel like it's enough. Back to pressuring here. Again, the trade is close on this side as well. You'd think that this game is going to end soon one way or the other. I mean, Orange just has a few light cav and skirms. I mean, he's not really contributing a whole lot. But the siege rams are back. All right. Well, this is a bit of a nuisance here in the trade line, but it feels like it's still working out just fine for Team JorDan. Their scores look very good. Got some Hussars here, some Chompies, but that's just so many Camel Archers. Some Anospas even flooding in as well. Uh-oh. Some siege rams too. It's just, where is the siege? Doesn't feel like green has enough eco, man. Somero only 21,000 gold collected. He's so far behind somebody like Niaz, or even Costa. Like there isn't enough gold. There need to be some siege onagers on this side to slow things down over there. Those siege rams should not be working and pushing pelts. And some siege onagers over here to help push. But again, neither side is really holding at the moment. Anospas are going to be doing so much work here at the front, but they will eventually die to those halves. And guys, we're actually in the trade faster here for Team Somero. Team JorDan's population is the one that's actually starting to fall. And that could be, again, one way to actually end this game. As insane as Crocs and Neos have been playing, this side is simply collapsing a little too much. Still, this side is, I think, starting to run out against. Cosva's doing so much work here as well as Italians on the flank, keeping this push up. Some champions here as well. Are we getting back to Savars? Yes, we are. So Chrissy Boo's finally coming back online with 60 trade cards, which is obviously much more what you're looking for. Although, again, I would love to see some Caravanserais. It is kind of weird, but because all the teams have been struggling to maintain good siege production, skirmishers have been a lot more effective than they otherwise would be. I mean, this is one of the closest games I've seen in quite a while, as we are over an hour into this game number 1. But yeah, this is a game that is currently being won by skirmishers. You know you love to see it. You thought you could escape the skirms. You were wrong. Skirms continuing to get some more value over here. Even a 4th relic coming in for Cosva. So good play, but those bombards are all going to get sniped by the Hussars coming in from JorDan. JorDan still had 55 trade carts, but their trade route is going to be a big issue. How much gold are they getting? 63 gold per route versus 93, so around 50% more gold a trip. Obviously, that's a huge advantage here for Team Somero, who are now 100 population ahead. Some SOs back joining the fray. I actually have 7 siege onagers in total. As, we have Somero himself coming back online. Italian hand cannoneers still doing pretty well. All this nonsense getting cleaned up. I mean, 62 skirmishers from Chinese just doesn't feel good enough. Some camel archers have to be brought to the back, and it feels like Team Somero is starting to make this happen. Look at all these siege rams coming in from nowhere for Chrissy Boo. We've had some very good games. I've really been enjoying the Rage Forest this go around. Hope you guys have been enjoying spending it with me. And thank you again to everyone for watching. But yeah, the siege rams, the skirmishers. I guess the Inca skirms at least are cheap. It's not what you would expect with like big, powerful post-imp units here, but both teams have been dealing such even blows to each other that nobody's really able to make it as super insane. You know, post-imp deathmatch blob. Team Somero 6k more army value at the moment. The Savars are back online. And again, now the trade is going to be under heavy threat. Despite my best efforts, it's been enjoyable. Well, you know, that's part of the Ornlu casting experience. There's only so much I can do to ruin your guys' day. Condo's over here as well. Don't think those are really going to do a whole lot. JorDan... It's been weird, because I feel like both JorDan and Somero haven't actually been carrying in the same way that you would expect the team captains to do. But the teams around them have absolutely rallied and have been playing extremely well. A zero trade army? Well, it's all about the type of unit, right? This is all counter units, but it's very, very weak to siege. The issue is that yellow doesn't have any trade left for siege auditors, and so they haven't really been able to do anything. Oh, yeah, no Sipahi actually for JorDan. He doesn't have a castle left anymore, I think. But yeah, I mean, this is what Incas do, right? Incas are one of the least gold-reliant civs out there. They're not a good BF civ in most situations, and I'm sure if we ever find the draft, we'll find Incas near the bottom. But you know what? This has been a situation where Stone Fleece has been able to use the cheap, weak Inca army that is still very cost-efficient to actually hold off an opponent who seemingly has a stronger army with these camel archers. Could sling Crocs for Onager? Oh, let's look gold. Like, yeah, JorDan really should be giving Crocs some gold. I mean, lack of siege onagers has been a huge problem on this side for a while. You notice that once the siege onagers died, the push completely stalled out. "97 kills on these spawn towers. The castle's here as well. I still think Neos and Crocs have both absolutely played super well here, but I think the team play has been actually just a little bit better for Team Somero. Now 9k military advantage. The siege onagers are back over here. Obviously the Savars are going to get clocked. Incas, yes, exactly. And as Incas were the only ones that built with a lot of stone, it makes sense. And Incas also had... Incas have the best defenses of all the American civs, which actually does make historical sense. They were the best defensive engineers, so to say, up in the mountains. Italian Cavalier? Honestly, it wouldn't be the worst thing ever, but I don't hate the skirmisher push. Towers coming in this side. The Chinese sneak? I'm not too sold on this. Is Kaspa missing ballistics? Oh my god, Kaspa! Oh my god, how are these guys missing absolutely critical upgrades? Good catch. Kaspa could be doing even better. Oh my goodness, guys. That's so triggering. It's just like missing Bloodlines and Husbandry in the last series. He was in HC mode, but he was also... You also always want ballistics eventually. Anyway, back to Inca keeps. That discount is certainly helpful when the stone prices are extremely high. Thinking about it anymore? Unfortunately, thinking is a rather important skill in a game of Age of Empires. Alright, some siege rams are here. JorDan still has some bombards alive with actually 110 kills on them. Or bombard cannons for the win. Some Keltesso are here. Look at the Savari numbers climbing in. Chrissy Boo is back on like 70 trade cards that still don't have any Caravanserais, just to make me sad. Erm's actually taking decent trades. No either Parthian Tactics or Ring Archer armor. Looks like no Ring Archer armor for JorDan. And no Sipahi, so the Sturms are a lot more effective than they otherwise would be. I mean the caravanserais, they increase the movement speed of all nearby trade units for both you and your allies, and give them 1 HP a second regeneration. So they're both harder to raid and significantly more efficient. Alright, the things that kill Hussars are not insignificant number over here. Not ideal. I guess it's still working out for Team Somero. They still have 8k more army value. Crocs and Diaz are doing their absolute best to hold the line here. Ray might need to add in trebs, and that's exactly what Stonefleas is doing, in fact. The bombard cannons help out, of course. But you're not likely to win generating how much gold? 21 gold a trade route on this side and 19 gold a trade route on this side. It's just not good enough. Really great game, though. Not a perfectly played game, but a really good game nevertheless. It's like watching Team Tato play game number 1 in the last series was like watching a symphony. This was like watching some pit fighters in action. It's entertainment of a different kind. And I know I'm underselling just how high skilled all 8 of these players are, but, you know, for the purposes of the analogy, I think it's rather amusing. Anyway, yes, the sneak is sneaking right now. Champions are coming in. I mean, it's annoying for Cyan, for sure. Oh, Red's also still here with some camel archers. SO continuing to creep forward, though, and it's just the walls are closing in right now. The thing that kills Hussar, well, it's true. Ah! Chrissy! Oh, obviously Chrissy's having to split his attention over here to the camel archers and all the raids from Orange, as Chixo's trying to be effective in this game. It ain't bad. Camel archers sit there, they walked over. Camel archers are fast units that have HP regeneration. Team JorDan trying to make something happen. That's a lot of siege onagers. Good splits there, but as soon as you retreat to the relative safety of the peeps, well, I guess some of the SOs are going to die still. Even the slingers are going to try and help out a bit. And the pushing is still happening from Team Somero. The populations are still comparable. But as good as this raid is, it is going to eventually get cleaned up. I'm pretty sure. The trade is still flowing. The spice must flow, as we all know. It's a trade line under duress, but it's still a trade line. This only very technically counts as a trade line. 22 gold a trip. Or keeps trying to anchor this push over here. And yeah, like, again, good play from Chixo. Again, like, this is good. This is good Age of Empires. But I don't think it's going to be quite enough long-term success. JorDan sling some gold? Yeah, Crocs could certainly use that gold. Blue still doesn't have ballistics, by the way. It's so triggering, man. And Team JorDan still have the score lead, despite their awful trade. JorDan himself is at least at 33 cav archers that are still missing the last armor upgrade, as well as Sipahi. Green needs some more forward siege workshops, that's for darn sure. Yeah, all this nonsense is going to get cleaned up. But the SO numbers are starting to climb again, and of course that makes Gray basically useless. Triggered indeed. Does JorDan have Thumb Ring? I would assume so. Yep. Still 5 DVC alive. I mean, JorDan has been doing a great job of keeping those bombard cannons active. And now, guys, look at this. Siege Onagers back to the party. There are no castles here, just one keep. Team JorDan not giving up. Now that's still going to be going down. More Camel Archer raids are being attempted. How many villagers? 258 villagers killed this game by Niaz, 267 by Somero. That's wild. Those 5 bombard cannons have basically been the only thing that have been keeping Team JorDan alive here to the south. Oh, did Blue get ballistics finally? Yes, he did. Thank goodness. But this is starting to happen again. 2, I would agree. But Crocs is completely stretched for gold right now, so I'd like to see JorDan especially sling his ally a little bit of gold so he can keep the Siege Onagers up on both sides. But here we go, guys. There aren't that many melee units here. It's really just the Hussars and the Bombard Cannons, which means that these Celt Siege Rams are going to be devastatingly effective. Enough time? I really feel like they did not. And yet, I mean, we're back up to 49 Camel Archers. No more Bombard Cannons and no more defenses on this side. And, I mean, now both sides seem to be dying once again. Ballistics either? No, he does. No, he's got it. All right, the Siege Ram numbers are falling. You have gained more ground, for sure. Oh, release the Chompies! That SO volley whiffs, and now 6 of them are such low HP. Can they get finished off? Oh, some Chompies are showing up. They're getting the kills, and now the Skirmisher blob behind it's following it up. Team JorDan, 9k army value behind. This is possibly the most even game of the tournament so far, although it doesn't look like a traditional game of Black Forest, but again, that doesn't mean it's boring. Team JorDan still have a pretty decent score lead, all things considered, but still very limited trade. And this has been cleaned up, and it's going to be difficult to ever get to a good position to raid this trade ever again. Although some caravan strikes would really, really help. Wait, did they trade? Why aren't they getting more gold over here? Anyway, they can also consider like getting a market like over here or something. Do I have health insurance? Yes. What kind of question is that? All right, swordsman upgrades now coming in here from Somero. Towers are going to be destroyed over there. I mean, absolutely what a game. Populations are still very even. Unemployed. I have health insurance through Obamacare. Otherwise, yeah, I couldn't afford it. All right, SO are here to try and help hold the line. JorDan still has his bombards alive that have been absolutely instrumental in holding this side. 141 kills on them. Camel Archers still struggling a little bit. Something also to keep in mind is that you only have 4 castles. I mean, 4 is still a lot of castles, but they're very far away from the front lines for the reinforcing Camel Archers. But yeah, the team already here in the trade. JorDan's still trying to hang in there. The game is actually starting to lag at this point. Heavy rocket cart coming in from Shixo. I don't know, guys. This feels like it's still going to be too little too late. More defenses being attempted. They're still doing a good job of sniping bombard cannons. 9 siege onagers are here. game still is not decided whatsoever. It's a GG. I think that you are going to be unable to get to the trade anymore. And now we're back up to 103 gold a trip for Team Somero, and I feel like that's just not something that you can manage against. Can I be healed? No. Oh, this is just some random units over here. It's nothing too impactful. Some light cav. Bombards, 2 of the bombards have gone down. And look at this. Gray coming forward with some trebuchets. Too far forward with the trebuchets, actually. What? Oh, well, that really wasn't very impressive. Somero's going to try and support with some trebuchets as well. 27k army value for Team Somero, though. Corner earlier. This was his starting base. This is where Orange started this game. They have block printing. Siege onagers are much, much better at countering onagers. Or countering monks than the other way around, because they can just close the gap much more quickly. Because of all the blast radius they have. Fortified churches doing what they can to hold the line, as stone is so expensive here for the Crocs. Oh, hey, I guess there was a cut around. There's so much to cover here. Rocket carts are coming in. No rocketry, though. And the lack of range is going to be an issue relative to siege onagers. I mean, we're at 16 Celt SO at the moment. 109 kills on those camel archers. The SO numbers here are getting lower. But now, the long-range artillery, literally, starting to hold the line. Celt Siege Ram's going to try and knock down some of those buildings. 34k army value for Team Somero. And still not a single caravanserai has been built. I'm so sad. Well, the range issue is coming from the bombard towers and bombard cannons. That's the real kicker. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, 14 siege onagers over here. Crocs is still doing what he can. Niaz is still doing what he can, but now Savar are in this pathetic trade line. Yeah, but remember, their trade is terrible. Like, actually terrible. Yep, Savar now in the trade. So basically, they need so many trade carts because otherwise they won't have enough gold to do anything. Best civ for Rage Force? I said if I had to pick one civ, it would probably be Celts. That said, there are some civs that are you can, I think, easily make an argument for, and Turks are one of them. No, Somero's team has not built any caravanserai despite having access to them via Persians. But it's actually just down to Chrissy Vu to make them. Not like the team can make them. I wouldn't pick... What? Other team bonus? Yeah. Alright, guys. It really feels like the walls are still closing in. So many Savar are still here doing that raiding stuff. Camel Archer numbers at 66 still, which is not bad, but... Oh, boy. Khmer are far from the best Black Forest civ. They're not bad, but they're a role player in pocket for the most part. They die really hard to Halb Siege. When they already lost? Well, I mean, they still have the score lead. In fact, they still have a pretty good score lead, so it's hard to accept that you're losing a game when the game says you're winning. being pushed so much because Crocs and Niaz are going to have crazy KDs. Yeah, 1,400 kills, 1,500 kills. JorDan himself has 1,000 kills. Cosmo's the only one with a positive KD on his team. Castle there going to be going down. I mean, you're... Look at this. Look at this, guys. This ain't pretty. $37K army value for Team Somero as they continue to press forward. EBT there, slowly getting picked off. Most of the trade, it certainly would be a thing of beauty. Oh man, Savar fighting their way on top of the camel archers here. Well, I mean, the Crocs is just the one who has to be stretched to all these different locations at once. JorDan's still trying to hold the line here. I mean, again, I think this game is over. The game says that Team JorDan still have a big advantage, and although they, as good players, know that they are in a very bad spot, I think that, again, you've played this game for an hour and 42 minutes game time. It's hard to accept, I think, that you're actually getting wrecked at this point, and there really is no win condition because this trade is not getting interrupted anytime soon. Yeah, I think that this is a huge mistake, though. I hate to be that guy, but I really think that Crocs and Niaz are both pretty heavily outplaying JorDan this game. And I'm not just saying that because their score is higher, but the fact that this push is even a thing was really down to Crocs and Niaz blitzing through this side. Anyway, there it is. GG is called, and this is going to be game number 1, going to Team Somero, an hour and 43 minutes. Resigning top score. Wow. One of the best games of the tournament, though. This game was still so even for so long. And, I mean, that was just such a pleasure to watch, and I hope you guys enjoyed it, too. 1,400 halbs. But yeah, look at this. Niaz, 1,400 kills, 1,600 kills, 1,000 kills, but it just doesn't matter when your opponents have the gold. 50,000 trade profit there. Nobody cracking 35,000 on the other side. Yes, HH is short for a Nazi greeting, but it's also the letter next to G on the keyboard, and so it's a very easy mistake to make. Given up? Absolutely. All right, that is Team Somero with the win. But yeah, it is getting pretty late over in Europe, but these Rage Force games seem to start quite late in the day. And also, I don't have the Civ draft, so yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, I needed to take a quick break. That was a very long one. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness, where did you... They might have drafted it in private. Well, then I guess it's going to be an experience for all of us. Yeah, what a sick game, though. All right, guys. Uh-oh. Oh, I also forgot the RF6 logo. My bad. What a game! What a game. What's the issue? Two pawns for each side. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, but like, there were two pawns in total for each side, which is all that matters. Be back? What do you mean? JorDan is back. Lol. Come on. I believe in you guys. Dance. All right, I'm done. All right, guys, here we are, actually starting the game. Never mind. What's the issue? Two pawns. Two pawns. So neutral? I mean, there's always trapped neutral golds and relics and stones on BF. That's just how the map is. Oh my goodness, what's the issue? Potentially unfair lakes? Croc says, Stone please stand ground patrol his one scout, so admin win. I don't see how this is unfair. I mean, the pawns are better, but it's not like... This is very clearly Gray's pond, as is this one. I mean, like, that's just AoE too, right? You have some maps that are better than others for you. Like, that's the game. Regiden gives Re? I mean... Really? Dude, yeah, it's like, that's Age of Empires. Sometimes you get forward pawns, sometimes you don't. At least they make the number of pawns even. The number of pawns used to not be even. And then they realized that fish booming was so overpowered that it's actually an unfair game if one team has like one more fish boom than the other. Yeah, where is TOGG 800, man? The hero we need, but not the hero we deserve. A slippery slope? I don't know, I wouldn't call it. Anyway, Sheldon, my friend, thank you so much for the 5-bomb. That's very generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the Wolfpack. Eel Even, Elsie River, Delanate, Empathy RTS, and why don't you say hi? Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu Wolf and friends. All right, are we satisfied? Oh, jeez. All right, so choke points here, 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 and here. So 4 choke points. Very spiderwebby Black Forest. So let's take a look at this. Stone, please, going to be the Grey Burmese to the north. For, of course, the winning team in game number 1, Team Somero. And Fortune Finder, thank you so much for the raid. We'll have Chrissy Boo as the Cyan Huns in the pocket. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Somero, as the Bohemians in the other pocket. And Kaspa as the blue 2P on the south flank. Let's grass. Oh, man, I hate chompies right now. Niaz, meanwhile, going to be the orange Aztecs on the south flank for Team JorDan. JorDan himself is going to be the purple Japanese in the pocket. Loris is going to be subbing in for... okay, so he's going to be subbing in for Shikso. He'll be the yellow Slavs in the other pocket, and the Crocs is going to be playing flank this time, and he will be the red Vietnamese here to the north. But it's a triple pond version of this map. Lots of ponding all the time. Comance. Already going to be stealing an elephant here. Nice and annoying. So let's take a look at the civs. Aztecs versus 2P. So we have two South American civs. Aztecs, I think, are just a lot better than 2P. Now, here's the thing. 2P are one of those civs that you get to a ton of Blackwood archers, and it's really scary. But the second you run into siege onagers, the civ dies. It's like a bug zapper for the 2P. They just instantly die. They have no good anti-SO units, and Aztecs obviously do. Now, that said, the issue is that you can't really get to siege onagers easily on the flank. So that's going to be tough for Niaz. But on the other hand, you have a really good monk play as the Aztecs, so you can do well on a low economy. And then on the other hand, 2P archers are going to be one of the better units against Aztec monks. Did I say South American? I just meant two American civs. Central and South America, whatever. So I feel like 2P might be one of the better flank matchups against Aztecs specifically, but you still absolutely have a clock going until the Aztecs obliterate you in late game. Burmese flank versus Vietnamese flank. Didn't we see this exact same flank matchup earlier? Like I said, the two civs are kind of different. Burmese are going to want to be aggressive. Vietnamese are going to want to be defensive most of the time. That said, like fully boomed, Burmese elephants might be better than anything that Vietnamese make. But yeah, I still like Vietnamese a little bit more. Burmese have good aggressive options though. But again, it's like they're two very different approaches, so maybe it's unfair to compare them. I'd be interested to see where they compare in terms of draft priority. Pocket combos, Huns and Bohemians, so one of the best pockets in the game with Bohemians. You can play them flank as well. I like the Hofnitsa pocket more than the Turk pocket because it feels like Bohemians have a better support with it, right? You can boom into Halbs and also Hofnitsa and use that on a huge eco, whereas Turks can't quite as easily go for like bombard cannons and bombard towers and cav archers. Like that's all very expensive. So I do like Bohemians a bit more in pocket than I do Turks. And then Huns are, you know, a paladin civ. Japanese and Slavs. Now this is a very interesting one. Japanese do get the fish boom. They're a little bit of an odd civ because you have the towers and you have the halbs and you've got the trebs, but you are still missing some, you know, you're missing siege onagers, you're missing bombard cannons. So the civ does have some very real weaknesses. So we'll have to see how exactly you use Japanese. I mean, I think Japanese are super good, but they are still a little bit trickier to make work than a civ like Bohemians for like an infantry siege civ. Meanwhile, Slavs and Huns, well, I guess it's more like Bohemians and Slavs are similar. I don't know. Slavs are amazing. One of the best Black Forest civs, for sure. Great boom. You don't need to farm here. You can just leave the farming to all the other three players. Just focus on your happy little Slav boom and then just get to infantry siege. Very, very powerful civ for Black Forest. Huns, I mean, they are perfectly fine in that paladin role, but the late game oomph is definitely going to be in favor of Team JorDan. For sure. And Calv, yep. And a great eco. And great siege. And great monks. Lots of things to make Slavs happy. One of my favorite civs. Anyway, tower rush coming in here from Kaspa, but Niaz is already going to be fully walled over here. He does have loom. Niaz himself hits Feudal Age, and he can stonewall behind over here without any problem whatsoever. Hofnitsa are good on Black Forest? I'm going to need some evidence for that. I don't think they are very good on Black Forest at all. Okay. I just love this nonsense, man. Freaking nonsense. Anyway, lots and lots of walls here. Nothing terribly exciting, to be honest. Team Somero is ahead by 7 vills. JorDan's gonna have a great fish boom, though. Chrissy Boo's only on 2 fishing ships at the moment. Market Blacksmith. And I guess we can see how aggressive the pockets want to play things. Wait a minute, hold on. That's Neoz. Oh. Hold up. Kasva will scout this, though. You've got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness. How did Neoz break in? I guess blue never really bothered full walling. Okay, now it's been discovered. Yeah, now you just need to send the vills forward to wall in the archery range, and this is going to be a little bit annoying, but not the end of the world. Might want to send another archer over. Scout Cav here from Somero, and expertly dealt with. Team Somero ahead by 11 villagers at the moment. Orange isn't fish booming at all. Ah, yeah, that's a big difference maker. Only 2 players fish booming versus 3. Fine with that cheese. Oh boy. Oh, look at this. The archer lure. Not something we see every day, but it'll work just fine here from Kasva. As archers are faster than our villagers. So the rhinos actually only has the same movement speed as the archers. Anyway, that did not work for Diaz whatsoever. Got some stone walls over there. I mean, it's fine for now. Gonna be some extra stone walls coming in. I don't know why you're trying to tower rush through this 20 million layers of walls, but whatever. You are forcing Chrissy Boo to spend stone when he doesn't want to. Meanwhile, Yellow, I don't think has had to spend any stone at all, and Loris is going to be going for some TCs. Out of the AoE 2? Yeah, but, you know, AoE 2 is like the mob. You can never really leave. Keep on getting pulled back. All right, double monastery here from Stone Please. He's got a very solid fish boom as well here on the flank. The Crocs is only on 5 fishing ships to Stone Please is 11. And Crocs is still only in Feudal Age in part because of it. Here on time, exactly. I guess you still have that Eagle Scout over here. It doesn't really matter. JorDan's adding in his own economy. Team Somero still a little bit ahead in terms of vills, and again, that is in large part thanks to this delayed fish boom from Neoz. Somero going to be hitting Castle Age in just a moment. Did have the extra layer of walling over there.
I know.
And there are 2 extra TCs. So, it's all still basically good in the proverbial hood for everybody in this game. Why is Trey walling off? I guess he was worried about the archery range, but... Isn't that kind of overkill? I mean, Chrissy's on 39 vills. It's not that great. Like, Yellow's already going to be on 4 TCs. And he doesn't have a fish boom. So honestly, that is not bad at all. The Central American civs? What do you mean? I mean, I talked about the dynamic at the beginning of the game. Basically, Aztecs crush 2P in late game. It is not even close. But Aztec monks are not the best unit against the Blackwood archers. I mean, it's just such low value per unit converted. And the Blackwood archers, because they're ranged and relatively fast, can snipe the monks pretty well. Also, in the booming capacity, Aztecs are a lot better than are the 2P, as Aztecs have the farming bonus. Well, the extra carry capacity bonus is in effect a farming bonus. So it's a it's a dynamic, right? It's not super one-sided one way or the other. There will be a time before Aztecs get to a good number of siege where the Blackwood Archers are going to be very tough to stop. But because you had these decent forward walls already as Niaz, Aztecs also have access to fortified wall, remember? So you can delay things a lot. I still would put Aztecs higher on a draft board than I would the 2P. Yeah, I need to ask Sensar. Ooh, hold up there. I mean, we saw the earlier push from Stonefleas. Remember, Stonefleas had a better start to this game than did the Crocs, and now this forward dock is going to be in trouble. I said at the beginning, Vietnamese want to play passive, Burmese want to play aggressive. And right now, that aggression looks like it's doing quite well. Even the archers from blue, as we actually have not the low eco Blackwood archer play, we actually have a 2P player going for a big eco. Interesting. Archers are here, and the Crocs is not going to be loving life. Uh-oh. Crocs did so well in the last game, but perhaps on flank not quite playing to his strengths because he is in a terrible position. 34 to 56 villagers. Gray's only on 1 TC, but he's got the docks and the fish boom going for him. Oh, no. Double stables here from Loris, who is on a bunch of TCs. But this isn't really like Cyan doing anything. I mean, Chrissy Boo's just booming. In fact, Chrissy Boo himself was put a little bit behind because of this forwarding shenanigans. This is actually just some crossbowmen from Kaspa, as this is some excellent team play from Team Somero. Universidad coming in over there. Gray's just adding in another TC. No problemo. Team Somero only ahead by 3 villagers in total, but I'm pretty sure their TC count is higher overall. Especially as their fishing ship count's also higher. Niaz with some Monkaroos. Clearly not thinking that there's going to be anything aggressive from Niaz, at least in the short run, which is true. But Niaz is on his way up to the Imperial Age, so we'll have to see what that plan is going to be. I have absolutely no idea. I mean, obviously it's going to be monks, but like, are you going to try and monk push over here? It seems like that's going to be very tough to do. Are you going to build the monasteries up here to the north? It's possible. To save the rebuilding for later? I mean, you could argue that, but right now, the Crocs is mostly focusing on his defense. But yeah, honestly, crossbowmen very cheap to get to. Remember, as the 2P, they have the discount, which is really helpful. And it's interesting seeing 2P played like a regular Civ and not a Blackwood Archer all-in Civ. Light Cat here from Loris will help clean up everything. Remember, Cyan isn't doing anything here. This is just a few archers left over from Kasva, and then it is otherwise really just Stonefleace's push here. Eric's being attempted, and again, Stonefleace's eco behind this is quite solid. He has over double the vills of red. Like, this has been absolutely horrible for poor Crocs. 25 dead vills. Got Pikeman here. Of course, Burmese do get the extra attack upgrades. Mangonel at 15 eco kills. That's a big number, chat. Lightcap will likely clean this up. But this is not where Team JorDan wanted to be in this game. I would count on dying feels bad, man. Yo, Scouts into Knights. But the 2P Archer play is actually even more streamlined because you have the discounted archery range upgrades. Get crossbowmen for half food cost. But I mean, I guess the Spanish play is similar with the discount. Like, it's like, wait a minute, the Civ can just play normal. It's not even bad. For me, I mean, again, the nice thing about the settings of this tournament is that it enforces Civ diversity. Anyway, Niaz is indeed going to be trying to tread from this side, but it is going to be fairly straightforward for Kaspa to buy a lot of time. Now, there is a big downside for the 2P in that they don't get fortified wall. Again, I understand the balance decision that you just can't have a civilization with no cavalry also have no stone walls. That's just too bad of a tech tree. But obviously, the 2P, not much of a building civilization of stone. Like, it's been a lot of fun, and, you know, I've really been enjoying casting it, and I think you guys have been enjoying watching it. This push is still not done, by the way. Loris is having to invest a fair amount into this, and although it was not the best start to the boom for Chrissy Boo, he's getting there, right? He's on 121 vills. He's doing just fine. We have some hand cannoneers who are going to be coming in as well, as looks like Somero is going to look to push this back, and the hand cannons are also going to be pretty solid against the Aztec monks. My mistakes? Yeah, well, such is life. All right, pikemen are back over here. I mean, and Stonefleece is being such an annoyance. But I love that he still has a good eco behind this. He's still on 3 TCs. Big Nomad days? Aw, well. I still stand by that team games are the most fun way to enjoy Age of Empires. And of course, I will stream, I guess I'm now doing the League community tournament with Folder and Bucket, so I'll be streaming that as well. Heresy coming in as well for green, so that's going to make it even better for dealing with those Aztec monks. Light Cav coming in. I mean, that's a lot of Light Cav here from Loris. He is on the double stable, or triple stable even. Oh, there's the third one. He's just clicked up to Imp as well, but Chrissy Boo is going to be up faster, and is, I'm pretty sure, just going to be able to go right into Paladins. JorDan, meanwhile, starting to cut over here, but this is a long way to cut. He for a change? Oh, there you go. And watch me fail miserably. I'll probably end up playing flank if I had to guess, so you can watch me die a lot. Alright, got some Blackwood archers here to support. I mean, you still want to work towards this unit if possible. But you can see that Cospa doesn't have a forward castle, so it's going to be much, much better to set up. But here we are. Albs from Japanese are going to come in. This isn't really what Chrissy Boo wants. Team JorDan have a big villager discrepancy, but JorDan needs to put on the big boy pants and carry this. I mean, Chrissy Boo's gonna have a terrible time defending against Japanese here, so he needs the support of his allies. Yeah, well, that's how AV2 team games work. But yeah, this I don't love from Niaz. You'd think that as Aztecs here versus 2P, you would just want to get to a gajillion siege onagers and some monks or whatever. I think he was worried about the Blackwood Archer play, but I think you need to recognize that your opponent has a ton of layers of stone walls coming in, so they're unlikely to go for a bunch of Blackwood Archers, at least not immediately. I mean, now you are going for it, but only after going 4 TCs. That's it. JorDan. He is currently wearing the big boy carry pants. Wagenborg Tic Tacs coming in. The towers are here. The Blackwood Archers are going to be absolutely dreadful against these towers. That's where the Hofnitze come in. Wagenborg Tactics going to be in, and they will be fully upgraded. And that might just be enough here to stop this from JorDan. The Halb reinforcements are going to be quite slow. Yellow's going to try and switch into some Slav infantry, but, like, Red's dead, baby. Like, Crocs ain't doing anything for such a long time. We have Druzhina. Don't think so, no. Not yet. Some Cavalier here. I think they're trying to snipe the villagers and trebuchets and onagers, so that's certainly the best use of that unit. Whereas the hand cannons are here to mow down the halberdiers. Division 3, yeah. Hofnitze coming in. Somero going to start crushing absolutely everything with Bohemians. And this is why I think Japanese are really good, but I don't think they're like a tippy top tier civ because they're a little too conditional to make work in Pocket. Like, this is just not what Japanese are best at. You can't swamp and obliterate people in early game. They're good for like the big protracted pushes, but not this specifically. Right now, the big issue for Crocs is that his bill count is extremely low. That said, Slavs can absolutely carry a side here. Slavs can do very well against Burmese. Especially as Gray... Well, he's going to try and go to his own champions, but Slavs still beat Burmese infantry. Although both are good in general. Slavs can also add in some siege to support. And push. Yeah, I mean, that's really good, but that's not fast. And JorDan was in the situation where he had to make something happen very quickly, and he's also running into Bohemians who just kind of obliterate all this nonsense anyway. The point being, Japanese are more situational than a civ like Bohemians or even a civ like Slavs. Both of which I would probably draft over Japanese. Not that I can see this draft anyway, because apparently they did it private, but yeah. Japanese are probably a top 10 civ. Anyway, it looks like they are going to be scooching back over this way. Wolf walled inside my face. Oh no. We're gonna lose every single game, aren't we? I would also guess, Folder, I'm just thinking about it now, that you and I would play flank and then Bucket would play pocket. I feel like, wouldn't that make the most sense? You and Bucket use that hashtag synergy that you've been playing with, and then I just kind of play like MBL and try not to die on my side. Yeah, I mean, you don't beat this. Bohemians are such a stupid frickin' civ. Somero had 18 Celt Siege Onagers in the last game and 18 Hofnitsa in this game. Okay, looks like we are back and ready to go. These for closed maps. Chaos flank for close. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Well, obviously we can mix and match it whatever the situation calls for. Pocket, you guys flank? Yeah, okay. Well, that's the fun thing, right? I enjoy doing different things. I mean, Katsubruto Trebs are really good, right? But they're just... Hofnitsa are not something you beat. Do I enjoy losing? No, I like winning in different ways. Although I usually end up losing in different ways, to be fair. I mean, Loris is trying to do what he can over here, but this is getting really tricky. You're not too far away from SO. Do you have Druzhna in? Yes, you do. And again, Druzhna should be better than Burmese. Some Bucket help. That's 11 Aztec Paladins. What's the monk upgrades looking like here? Just Devotion, no Heresy in it. Remember, Huns do have Heresy. And Faith. So that feels like a big mistake from Chrissy Boo because there's almost as many Aztec Knights as Hun Knights. That said, it's still a 200 pop advantage for Team Somero. And again, it's all about the right approach and having each member of the team understand their role perfectly. And Crocs ended up dying here, and I just don't think this approach / Civ combo was ever destined for great success for Team JorDan. Castle up here. No Siege Onager still just yet. Need to actually get trade going as well, so that's going to eat up a lot of your short run gold. Yeah. Unless things have changed, Slav infantry beat literally every other infantry in the game in large numbers. And although Burmese are very good, they're not quite Slav tier, which makes sense, as Slavs are much more of an explicitly infantry civ than are the Burmese. But it makes sense, right? Slav infantry, even if they're only hitting one extra unit, get +5 attack, or +5 damage in total, whereas Burmese just get +3 on every single attack. So again, so long as you're hitting one other unit, and you're often hitting more than one other unit, Slavs are going to be better. Anyway, Team JorDan need to recognize that they are not winning this game, man. Still 13 Hofnitsa. This is still a thing that's happening. Aztecs haven't been able to do anything this game here for Niaz. Crocs is still only just now getting to Imperial Age. Any other champ not infantry? Well, yeah, that's what I meant. I wasn't counting things like frickin' Teutonic Knights. A melee civ, except they have a pierce damage unique unit. That is a core part of the civilization's strength. I mean, this is good, right? This is where the Japanese can shine. Mortar fire with 10 Catapulto trebuchets. But this is happening over here, and this just feels like the much bigger issue. Arambai coming in. There are still no siege auditors on the field, so that is going to be working for at least the time being. Paladins are running around. Weenie.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be almost impossible to push here. Wait a minute, is this intentional? Or is he sitting with the Blackwood Archers so that the Trebs can't hit the Hofnitsa? I don't think that's a thing. Yeah, but again, those are all unique units. Anyway, JorDan's lost his entire fish boom. That's awful for the Japanese. And it just can't really push at the moment. I mean, Yellow's trying to do what he can, but there's only so much that Loris can do, and JorDan is going to die over here, despite his score being extremely high. I mean, JorDan is at 300 unit kills, and he does have one of the best economies, but it still just does not feel tenable. Also, we never got Ring Archer armor, did Kasva? Still want to get that. More mortar fire incoming. The siege rams actually help as a nice meat shield here. Remember, Trebs deal pierce damage, so they only deal 5 damage a hit to siege rams. It's actually the only reason that they have the increasing pierce armor with siege ram to cap ram to... Okay, that was horrible. Need to micro at least a little bit better than that. That's his own thing. Yeah, JorDan doesn't really strike me as the team leader kind of guy. I mean, in Tyrant / Secret / Gamer Legion / Onimaru, that was always Viper. They're trying to push back. Is Somero a leader? Somero is the leader in terms of being salty. Blackwood Archers still pretty good numbers, 60 of them. And there's the GG. Team Somero up 2-0. I mean, every single win still matters, so it's not like Team JorDan is going to just roll over and die, but that KD is obviously super good. JorDan had a lot of kills, but also a lot of halves died in the process. And I think a really important one here is that JorDan only had 9 building raises. Those Catapulto Trebs weren't able to do a whole lot. 94 raises for Somero as the Hofnitsa just blitzed through everything. I was salty. I mean, I'm just always salty. That's, you know, my secret power. With Tato, that's true. Yes, that's also true. All right, Team Somero is up 2-0. Let's see if JorDan and his company can get a point on the board. This is only their second set, so not going to be decisive one way or the other. And this will be the last game of the day. Let's see what's going on tomorrow. What the heck is Top Experts League? Viper, Lewis, Leary, and Andy. The variety of mostly open maps? I guess we can cast that tomorrow. Well, I suppose. When does that start? Oh my goodness, no, we're not casting that. It starts at 3 in the morning for me. Good gravy, I'm not casting that. Nope, no passion. That's right. All right, we are getting back into the lobby. Yeah, I think I'll cast the, I noticed that, the Chronicos Tagara semifinal. Probably go with that one. That's at like 1 p.m. my time, so that's again in the afternoon. Goodbye forever, Fodler. We got one more game. No idea what the Sibs are going to be. All right. Failed to download match content. I heckin' love it. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 3. Last game of the day. It's been a fun stream though. Asfa in the blue as the Mayans here on the south flank. Team Somero doing quite well so far. Somero himself, actually, will be the green belay in the pocket. Belay pocket. Already alarm bells. Sicilians as the other pocket over here for Chrissy Boo, and Wei as the flank for Stone Please to the north. So some interesting positions. You'd think that Wei would be pocket and Malay would be flank. But considering I think that Wei aren't a very good pocket anyway, might as well play them on flank. I think that honestly is not a bad thought process. Other side, let's see if they can get a win. Loris is going to be playing flank this time, so they keep on switching their roles around. But yeah, he'll be the red Malians here on the flank. JorDan is going to be the yellow Mongols in the pocket. It's terrible. I mean, they have traction trebs to offer, but in general, yeah, they're pretty bad. Ah, Mongols Goths. This is so old school, guys. This is JorDan being an old school BF player, I think. Mongols Goths. Goths flood an early imp and buy time for Mongols to get to Mangudai and Siege. This is a classic combo. And then Mapuche here for the Crocs on the south flank. Already kind of weird. Is this a tiny choke point that's very far away from Orange? I mean, it's also pretty far away from Kosovo. It's like he's got a direct path to Niaz, which is a little weird. But this means Kosovo also is getting a very forward wall. So if you want to pressure Goths in early Castle Age, which, guess what? You often want to pressure Goths in early Castle Age. That's not a bad rule of thumb. Kosovo's going to be very well positioned to do that here as the Mayans. Although, again, it is going to be Goths versus Mayans if it goes late. So this is already getting pretty interesting. 2 pawns per team, by the way. I imagine it will be the Malay player fish booming and Risibu as well. I mean, Sicilians have a farm bonus, but it's not like the craziest thing in the world. Yeah, obviously this is kind of sort of in the middle of the map here. This isn't a big choke point either. So we'll have to see. Oh, this actually does lead between the two teams. My bad. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. You have Blue, who has, like, 3 different pathways to the enemy that he can cover. And as Mayans, you're fine setting forward, bills forward to wall early on. JorDan gonna get the kill there. He's got his fish coming in. Mongols are fine fish booming. They don't have an eco bonus past early game otherwise, so they're perfectly happy adding in the fishing ships. And other pond here is going to be Niaz. They're just having the pockets fish boom. Anyway, Wei versus Malian flank. I think I like Malians more. I love the Gebetto stuff, and like what we saw from Tato, you can swarm with cavalry as needed. Fraction trebs are really good, but I feel like most of the other units Wei have to offer are much more easily countered. And Wei also aren't the best low eco civ in Black Forest. Maybe you can make a timing work with Xianbei Raiders, but I still like Malians more. But maybe that's just my anti-3K bias and pro civs that I like Malians. South matchup, Mapuche versus Maya. Mayans have a really solid support role with a bunch of plumed archers. They also have fortified walls, so they're very good for stalling. You don't have that with Mapuche, who don't have the best units to contribute. Both are very low tier picks, but I kind of like that you have the option here to go a bit more aggressive as Mayans. And I'm not too sure what Crocs, who's kind of off by his lonesome, is going to be doing all by himself as the Mapuche. You can see Niaz, though, is already having to invest into going forward, whereas Somero is going to be happily fish booming away. But Malay versus Sicilians is really interesting because, on the one hand, you have Sicilians who are very bad against Mongols, as they don't like dealing with Mangudai. I mean, eventually you will get enough siege onagers that it is still pretty scary for the Mangudai, but yeah, it's not the best, I think, and it will actually be great fish booming. That said, you can still hit an early Imperial Age and maybe kill Mongols before they get up and running. That said, JorDan is extremely far away from all of the enemies, so that is going to be something that's going to be tough to accomplish. Malay are kind of like Goths in that they have a lot of early Imperial Age strength, but they die horribly afterwards. You just can't build an efficient army. Now, Goths at least have perfusion infantry, so cheap, fast-training halbs are, in general, going to be useful over the course of a game, much more so than anything Malay do. But Malay have an insane eco, so they can hit a strong timing, especially with the fish boom. Everybody on their way up to the Lodge des Fidèles. Good night, Schadenfreude, coach. BBC. Yep, you can always contribute BBC and BBT, in fact. Why, thank you. That was the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Guess Niaz is doing some luring nonsense over here. Anyway, I do like that Niaz made sure he had space. You don't want to let Mayan sit over here with a very forward wall. But it comes with a very real downside that Green is going to be in such a better spot economically compared to you. Yeah, nothing impactful happening over here. We'll have to see if either Loris or Stoneplease want to go for a tower rush. I mean, I doubt Chrissy Boo is going to do anything except boom. We'll have to see. Taking a gander at the stone. Mayans are gathering some stone here, but like I said, chances are what Kasva's going to want to do here is just wall like crazy. And then they triple the other side. If I were to guess. Niaz is still going to be able to get a decent FC time. You do have the hut bonus for Galtz on this map, which is quite helpful. Market Blacksmith for Loris. And some stone walls coming in right there. You can see nobody in the game is gathering stone except for blue. I'd like to go for some Plumed Archers, see if you can't break anything there early, and then stone wall behind. That's a lot of pinging from Somero. Mari to the Mari. I've never married so Mari in my life. Well, everybody now on the way up to the castle age except for blue. Obviously, Kasva just been going much harder on the walling. And he doesn't have a fishing eco.
Shut it.
More walls. Power coming in here from Kasva. I mean, it's not like you're too worried, I think, about any early Castle Age push here, but you just want to keep the Goths back, if you can. Force them to invest into defenses, and again, let your pocket boom up. Quadruple TC from Chrissy Boo. This is something you can do very easily with Sicilians. Sicilians are one of those civs that you can click up on, like, 26 pop, and then just add a bunch of extra TCs thanks to the extra starting stone. It's not going to be as good as the fish boom, but it's still pretty decent. 44 eco units right now here for Somero, who is going to be adding in fish traps nice and cheap. Getting bowsaw and gill nets. Will likely want to send another villager over to add in mortar docks. Extra TCs coming in for him, both on the wood. Everything you would expect here. And we could end up getting another very big boomy macro game, but right now Team Somero have a 20 eco unit advantage. That is not insignificant. Nobody going super aggressive, but things could end up getting really awkward really fast for Team JorDan if they get snowballed in early Imperial Age. Yeah, I guess it's getting pretty late over in Europe land. in the land of Europe. More ducks coming in here from JorDan. All that you'd expect. Gillnets, Bosaw for Niaz. But yeah, right now Somero's eco is going to be crazy. Mangonel, they're not doing anything. More towering for Kaspa, who's just now on his way up to the castle age. Gray adding in more fishing ships. Yep. Gotta be careful. And see Blue trying to push this right on back. Wait, where is the Vil lead even coming from? 63 to 48 Vils. I mean, that is Goths versus Malay, plus also the Fish Boom. Orange is on 40 Vils, Blue's on 38 Vils. That should definitely be better over time here for the Crocs. What's this TC? I guess it gets us neutral stone. Again, remember, Crocs is trying to keep purple safe while he booms up. Yeah, the Crocs is. Red's on 45 Vils, Gray's on 65. That is the Fish Boom diff, though. Cyan's on 61 Vils, JorDan's on 72. Honestly, that's not that bad. I imagine JorDan's also going to be way ahead in res, though. Compared to Cyan, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's Mongols plus a Fish Boom. That's going to be tough to stop, but currently, Somero's eco is going to be the one that is the best overall. Look at all them there docks. Oh, by the way, it's usually elephants in early Imperial Age because that is a unit that requires the Fish Boom, or at least can make good use of the Fish Boom. Another tower here from Kaspa. But again, it doesn't really matter for him. I think it's just mostly focused on stalling on this side, and then you triple the other side. There are 3 different pathways that you can try and break through, even if nothing is really happening for the time being. Gourd tower coming in. The squashiest of all tower. Red adds a 4th TC, but if we're getting to a high eco situation over here, maybe it's a little bit more awkward for Malians versus Wei. It's no, like, Gebetto timing, and Gray here going to be able to maybe get towards a bunch of Haguan Cav, which are going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with. Although you do have Farimba heavy camels, to be fair. But Gray's also way ahead of Red and Eco anyway, so if you have an easier time than getting there. 5th TC for Sicilians. Obviously, 5 is pretty much the magic number for this civ, so you can get to the maximum value of First Crusade. Remember, it is nice being given that anti-monk option as well. Castle here for Kaspa, and that TC is all sorts of not doing a whole lot at this stage. Also TC in the choke point, the Crocs. I mean, I think that's a pretty obvious question, saving Nightlight. But yeah, I think you honestly... It's an idea. Produce more Vils here to keep walling, gather some of the neutral stone, but it's a little bit much to ask for. That Mangonel is actually stuck. Not a good idea? Yeah, I mean, it's not the... I think that was a little over-ambitious. Anyway, Gray and Green are both on their way to the Imperial Age. 131 Vils for Somero. Malay Eco is... I don't know who's better between a Malay Fish Boom or a Cuban Fish Boom, but they're probably the 2 best economies in the game, if you can include a Fish Boom with it. Castle coming in here from JorDan, but remember, the goal is, in general, that the Goth player spams a bunch of infantry in early Imperial Age, where Goths are like one of the best civs in AoE 2. Mongols are one of the worst early imp civs, because it's going to take them a very long time to get going. To Mangudai, but of course they're one of the best post-imp civs with Mangudai and Siege. Meanwhile, Triple Siege Workshop here for Gray, so it is, of course, going to be all about those traction trebs. Chrissy Boo can be coming forward with the Siege Workshop of his own. And I thought they would be tripling over here. I still don't quite see what green is doing. Maybe I'm missing it. Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah. So, like I said, like I thought, gonna triple this side. Just rely on Cosmo to stall things out here to the south. Will Purple be building up over here? This is going to be really important. If Purple tries to push over here, he will likely have some success at doing so, but because Cosmo's done such a good job of buying space, it's going to take him a long time to break through here. And there's actually going to be stone walls coming in, fortified walls from JorDan. No fortified walls for the Mapuche, not even stone walls for the Goths, of course. But that doesn't mean the Mongol player is forced to spend stone on, you know, not castles for Mangudai, which isn't ideal. Or is trying to do something similar. EBE coming in, though, for Somero, who's on 143 bills, 53 fishing ships and fish traps. Eco numbers are still better for Team JorDan overall. Who do you guys favor right now? I feel like the Mongols are going to be able to get to Mangudai. I think the choke points are too narrow for an especially great early Imperial Age push. Prissy Boo isn't quite an imp yet. He did not have a fish boom, remember? So that super fast timing is just literally not a thing. I mean, yeah, the traction traps are pretty annoying there. Some donjons are coming in. They're very good. But it's going to be a while before you can actually cut through here especially well. Castle actually here at the back, I guess just to help deal with raids. It's not like Goths needed castle super close to the front lines. I wonder what Orange is going to be doing as well. It looks like it will be some Bolas riders. I mean, it's not the worst unit ever. Horus will likely be going for some cavalry of his own. And indeed, Auditor and Siege Engineers are on the way, but... So it's Elephants as the meat shield unit. No emphasis right now on any sort of infantry from Sicilians or cavalry. It's just all about the siege and towers from them. And the traction trebs from Grey. Everybody has a very specific role. Traction trebs are very slowly cutting through the forest here. There's First Crusade coming in. Sicilians, of course, extremely good against the Goths. One of the best Civ matchups, actually, for Sicilians. And right now, army lead is enormous for Team Somero. 52 elite battle elephants right now, just missing Blast Furnace. SO coming in, as well as arrow slits. Mapuche push mines. I think the entire point of this from Kaspa is just to stall. I don't think Mapuche can push mines, and the fact that Orange is an imp and Blue is in Castle Age literally doesn't matter because it's just the Mapuche are so bad at pushing here anyway. Now, Orange, unless I'm mistaken, is not building up here to the north? I don't think so. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so he's got some stuff over here. Elite Bolas Rider coming in right there. So yeah, Orange is just not likely going to be able to contribute a whole lot in the near future. Camels? I think camels make tons of sense. What are you going to do? Make Halbs as Malians? Not beta Malians, unfortunately. Elite Magmadai are almost fully upgraded. Auditor about to be in as well for JorDan. So good job here from Loris to stall and buy time. He's on 136 bills as Malians as well, so he's going to try and get his himself up and running. 43 Halbs already out here for the Goths player, so obviously good stuff there. There are some monks somewhere in here, I guess, from Grey, but Wei aren't a very good monk civ. They're not going to be that well upgraded. Mangudai very good at sniping bills, as I'm sure you know, but the issue is going to come from the donjons. Once they get more upgrades... Oh my goodness, JorDan, no! I was going to say that the Mangudai can hit and run very well, but the donjons shred the Mangudai, who don't have the best pierce armor in the world. They're not like Turk Cav Archers or Tatar Cav Archers or even Magyar Cav Archers. But, yeah, Siege Archers and Mangudai kill each other very well, so it's all about how you can micro. Anyway, 17,000 HP on these Malay elephants. They don't have a lot of long-term value, but they have insane short-term value. And with Blast Furnace in, they deal even more trample damage. And right now, guys, 23 to 9k army value. And now the castle's here for the Mangudai. Gonna be under heavy threat. Kunshin coming in because it does not at all impact traction trebuchets. It's only flesh and blood units. So that's pretty funny. Straight drill. Even... Yeah, I think you might be right, actually. Rely on Goths for the early Imperial Age, but honestly, Purple wasn't even in that great a spot of booming in the first place because he had to do all of his Vil fighting from before. Like, I think that Team Somero just had the better approach. 12 traction trebs at the moment. The Siege Onager play from Chrissy Boo has been very strong. Oh my... My hand is literally over my mouth. Like, JorDan just can't. He needs to play better than that. You cannot let that happen. Elite Sergeant coming in. Funnily enough, you still only have your sergeants from First Crusade. Drills now coming in. Butul Mapu coming in. I mean, it's nice to get Butul Mapu combining with Huskarls and... Actually, does Butul Mapu work from Barracks Huskarls? I actually have no idea. It should. I mean, discounted Huskarls and Mangudai is really sick, but... eh. Military scores 2,500. That's basically at least double of everybody else in the game. 20 traction trebs for the Way player. Camel's going to do what they can, but camels are still not going to be the best anti-elephant unit in the world. 70 melee battle elephants, by the way, guys. For JorDan? Well, no, they've all been destroyed. Sergeants, of course, being mixed in the front line as well is insanely good versus both Goths and the Camels. And right now, this has just been... I mean, it was such an insane game number one, but it really feels like maybe Team JorDan was just tired after it. They are all European players. I mean, to be fair, it's even later for Kaspa. I don't know where Chrissy Boo is from. Somero's Czech, Stoneplease is German, Kaspa's Turkish. $18 Siege Auditors and 18 Traction Trebs. Double the... Oh my... I mean, it's good Siege Onager play, but you're just giving them layups, man. Elite Kokonas are coming in, but again, this is exactly what Kaspa needs to do. 100% just gunk up the works and allow your teammates to do everything else over here. Like Kaspa, his score is 6,400, and it's literally, he's doing exactly his role as the Mayans. He made the boom from Goths not as good. He got all of this forward pressure, and like Crocs can't really do anything to support either, and now you just have a bunch of Mayan fortified walls that are going to delay things forever. More castles are going to go down. Obviously, I mean, it's literally going to be 0 Mangudai in a second. We'll have Drill Siege Onager, so it's not like JorDan can't make anything useful, but still. And here, just use your air conditioning. Because, you know, it doesn't make sense to not have air conditioning. Oh my goodness, guys. This is so free for Chrissy Boo. He's got 152 kills on that Siege Onager blob. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous how much they're just stacking up. Oh yeah, holy cow, JorDan, he needs more castles like over here, pronto. He's on 173 bills as well. That is so not what you want. JorDan has 106 bills on wood. Like, this is honestly just not the best play from JorDan. Yeah, I mean, Malians have redemption. None of the other Siths do. Mingguang armor, I guess, sure, why not? And the push is stalling at least a little bit. But Team JorDan are super overboomed. You don't need 143 Vils with the Mapuche. Their units are relatively cheap. You don't need 141 Vils for Goths either. Finally starting to hang in there. And the Bolas Riders do help out. Does he have Mel on? Yes, he does. So he gets the pass-through damage for the Bolas Riders, which is nifty. Not in. That sounds extremely wasteful. Oh, we even have Cao Cao on the way. Hulkins, I guess, for some Eagle Warriors. Yeah, just gonna be, I think, some units to assist his allies. Just whatever he can support with Mayans. I mean, you have the Drill Siege Onagers here for JorDan. I don't love the fact that he's making Halbs and not more Sergeants for Cebu. Sergeants crush enemy Halbs. They're pretty good against the Camels still, because they have 9 melee armor. And they're just much tankier. Donjons still are coming in, though. Now, the real Giga Brain move is to get the Mayan Slayer to make Plumed Archers or Arbalests and garrison them inside the Donjons for 10,000 arrows. Tiger Cav coming in. They are at least going to be good against the Bolas Riders. Some Bombard Cannons trying to be brought to bear from Loris. Still huge army value lead right now for Team Somero. It's still not likely to have anything too impactful too soon. Now the elephants are in the trade. Yeah, 28 traction trips. Such a stupid unit, man. I mean, Mongol Siege is awesome, for sure. But, yeah, I mean, you literally don't need food as Mongols here. Like, it does nothing. You might as well sling your ally. I think he's been deleting his fish traps. You're only making Mangudai and Siege units, which, again, don't cost food. Anyway, some Tiger Cav have made their way in. You destroy the buildings with the traction trap mass, and you anchor it with the Donjons. The Goths? Absolutely. Or Malians. Or Mapuche. Or a combination of them. Eagles? The barracks aren't really anywhere nearby. There isn't a ton of space to build them, but yeah, you probably need to build some... Yeah, right here you need to build up barracks, and it's certainly a bit of a mistake from Blue. Oh, the stalling Drummonds are in. Yeah, this still doesn't really feel like a long-term solution, shall we say. Oh, go get him, Cao Cao! Has Somero made anything other than battle elephants? I don't think he has. Well, the Konas are making their way in over here, and Konas should, I think, still do pretty well versus Eagle Warriors. Although that is a big old choke point. Well, JorDan is only making siege auditors right now because he's got 2,000 stone that he's for some reason refusing to spend. So he's just got siege auditors, and 154 bills is actually normal if you're only going siege auditors. Also, he still has a scout left over. And then Loris is the one who's been getting his base eviscerated, so I mean, there's only so much army he can realistically have. Okay, looks like the Konas have all gone down over here. It looks like a lot of elephants just died. The fish boom's gonna go down. How many farmers do you have at the moment as purple? He's gonna try and add in some more, but he really... Like, look, Diaz has no food. Oh man, he really could use the sling from JorDan. That would help him out a lot to maintain his infantry spam. He's only has 65 actual villagers at the moment. He really could use some food from his ally. Or Loris. Either of them need good Sungam food. How do they kill the traction trebs? You don't! That's the thing! Because it's such a fun and fair unit. Elephants right on top of the SOs. Oh my goodness, guys. What on earth is this? Chrissy Boo's score is enormous. 1 dock on 9 HP. Okay, now yellow's just getting coinage, but yeah, way too late. A shame on the name of Yellow Mongols is JorDan. SMH. Yeah, nothing is getting even close to these traction trebs. Yep, around triple the army value. Some slingers are being made, I guess. Eh. Eh. It's looking very over. Or Donjon's coming in. I mean, you're literally one-shotting buildings with traction trebs at the moment. JorDan attempting to rebuild some castles that is going to get immediately popped down. Yeah, tons of sergeants here. Sergeants are so good against the Goth infantry. 9 melee armor and 85 HP is insane. Game definitely lagging. Like, it's been a fairly long game already, and yet it's felt like it's just been a steady bit of destruction. Ever since early Imp with the traction trebs cutting through here, he's just been non-stop pushing over here, and this push has literally never gone anywhere. Anyway, having to delete those markets, and we're right back to game number 1 where the trade is not very good. "22 traction trebs." No, Cao Cao died at some point. He has to be rebuilt. Cocaine War? The south side is absolutely, yeah. $36K army value is so crazy, guys. JorDan's on 173 eco units. Yeah, just a few bombard cannons. More stuff going down. Croc's trying to make a push happen over here, but I just don't think it's likely ever gonna work. Or at least by the time it actually starts to happen, the game's already gonna be completely over on the other side. And the SO hits from Chrissy Boo have just been absolutely wild. 1,000, almost 1,100 kills for Chrissy Boo. Oh my god. Oh, that's a good SO hit. Trying to get some more stables, I guess. Goths? Yeah, even Goths want it better than a 0.3 KD, though. More good SO hits. Don't think it actually matters, though. I mean, almost 20,000 military score. So much higher than anyone else in the game. Good cut there to the back to elongate your trade, which is something, I guess, but... yeah, GG called. They know they're not getting anywhere this game. And it will be a 3-0 victory for Team Somero. Well done. That 91% efficiency for Somero this game, that's wild. But I guess it's also the power of all those fish traps. Well done indeed for Team Somero. They lost their first round game, or their first round set 1-2. Were able to bounce back here and win 3-0. That's going to put them in the solid running to advance out of the group stage. That was a lot of fun, guys. Don't know when the next round of RF matches is going to be, but thank you so much to everyone who has been tuning in today. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.